Oh, okay. So it looks like it's up here. Okay, it did hit on Instagram. Let me make sure. Let me make sure. Yeah, I gotta redo that on Facebook. I wonder why it keeps doing this. It's got to be something with the StreamYard. I really don't like that I have to keep doing this every time with Facebook because it's not saving the description properly. Okay, let's get that updated right quick. I'm gonna have to start playing my song at the intro for these moments. Yeah, now that I think about that, I think I will do that going forward. Okay, how do I edit? Oh, it won't even let me edit it? Well, that sucks. Hold on. Come on. Because that is not what I typed. Like, why does it keep doing this on Facebook? But we do have a couple of planets in retrograde, so it kind of makes sense. Okay, is there not an edit button? Thank you kindly. I knew there was an edit button. Let's redo it. Okay, yes, it updated finally because I'm like, I don't know what's with all the question marks. All right. They wrong for that. Anyway, let me hurry up and get going because I just caught this interview and I actually was going to wait till tomorrow to go live. I'm still going to go live tomorrow. Tomorrow night, I'm going to be covering the alleged sex tape with Diddy and his mom, which is, I know it sounds unbelievable, but there is an insider who has come forward and said that she was a sex worker at the Freak-Offs in Florida and that allegedly there is a sex tape with Diddy and his mom. Now, I really don't believe that Janice Combs is Diddy's mom. I really don't. Um, and the more I keep looking into it, it would make sense that she's not his biological mom. But regardless, whether she's his biological mom or not, if she raised you and she's an aunt, it's still incest and it's still very disgusting. So, and I had actually did more research on Diddy's ex friend. You know, it's crazy how all these celebrities' ex friends, Jay Z's ex friends, and Diddy's ex friends, and all these people that were friends are coming forward with these truths. And I just, I wonder, why didn't y'all come forward before now? Was everyone truly afraid, or were they financially profiting from not coming forward? That's really what I want to know. So we will cover Diddy the Diddler and his alleged sex tape because this lady saying they had threesomes and everything. I'm like, wow. So we'll cover that tomorrow. But I came across this interview, and it's crazy because you know how YouTube is, where once you like a video or content or watch a video, then they start, you know, putting things up in the feed. And because I was gonna take tonight off because I'm very tired, and then it's just been a day. Also, it's been a day. So I was like, well, I don't know if I really wanted to go live. But then when I came across this tea, I was like, yeah, let me go on and jump on here. Because I was actually editing the thumbnails and videos that I'm going to upload to Instagram and TikTok and Facebook for tomorrow night's live. And then I saw this interview. So I was like, yeah, I need to go on and jump on. Because it's just too, it's further exposing everything that people have been saying for a long time. And I feel like the more I cover this, the more the viewers get to see the truth behind the lies, I feel like the less idolatry of these celebrities will go on, as well as hopefully it helps the victims to not have fear in coming forward. So before I get started, we are going to be reviewing this interview with Jonathan Hay. Shout out to Jonathan Hay. This is an interview that, let's see the date on this. Well, it says it was about a month ago. Drake, Jay-Z, and Diddy exposed. Industry publicist doubles down with new evidence. So that's why I was like, yeah, let's go ahead and let's catch this tea. Let's sip this tea and let's cover this interview. Even though it is later, I'm realizing that I'm not the only night owl. Quite a few of my viewers are. And like I said, I wasn't even going to jump on live tonight, but I was like, oh, this is too juicy to not jump on live. And it's relevant to what we've been talking about for quite some time. Jaguar Wright and Jonathan Hay have been the main two people in these YouTube streets really exposing the industry, whereas other people like Courtney Burgess, aka Uncle Ruckus, looking has been on these YouTube streets just for clout and lying, just to get seen. So, again, these people have been intimately in the industry. When I say intimately, I mean like they have been in the industry a long time. They've been around these artists, they've been around these elite predators, they've been around these producers, and they've been around these artists who, unfortunately, it looks like were victims, in their minor and teenage years. And a lot of them are not coming forward. A lot of them are being silent, especially as this Diddy case, continues on. So the first thing I do want to say, of course, is that all of my commentary here on my channel is for the purposes of criticism, commenting, news reporting, entertainment news, research, and it's for fair use. None of the content being shown tonight has been altered in any way, shape, or form by me, but is being presented. So let me go ahead and share screen, because I actually want to get right into this, because I just am like, I'm so glad, again, shout out to Jonathan Hay. I'm so glad that he is not afraid to speak his truth. I'm glad that he is continuing to, ring the alarm, speak the truth about everything. Definitely want to give a shout out to my new subscribers. Thank you so much, DzPeepz, for supporting my channel. I really do appreciate every last one of you. And I appreciate your consistency. Thank you to those who have been continuing to return to my channel and continuing to tune into my lives. It really does mean a lot to have consistent viewers as I am growing my channel. And it means a lot to get your guys' feedback, in the comments and all of that. So yes, we have surpassed 5,200 subscribers. So again, thank you guys so very much. I really do appreciate all of your loyalty. And I'm going to flash the copyright one last time before we get started on this interview. And again, I've plugged the title into the chat so that if you guys do want to go watch this interview, on your own time, you definitely can. And let me pull up this person's YouTube channel. Hold on. It's called Diddy Got a Podcast. I can honestly say I've never watched this channel. Like I said, this video literally just popped up in my news feed, like, about 20, 25 minutes ago. And I was like, okay, I started watching and I was like, oh, this is interesting. Because again, Jonathan Hay is the one that just exposed Jay-Z having the Baphomet statue, in his studio and at parties. And y'all know I've been covering about the spiritual wickedness in high places. So this all ties in to the spiritual aspect of the things that I have been covering and talking about. And it's definitely all very relative to Babylon, falling. And like I said about a month ago, London Bridge is falling down, and how that song came to me out of nowhere. And then I started getting all these like back-to-back downloads. Hold on, I need to move that out the way because that is uncomfortable. Actually, instead of that, let me grab my little pillow. Yeah, let's do that. Because dealing with these tumors is no joke. I'm speaking healing even while I'm dealing with it. I quickly wanted to address a comment that Andrew left on the last video. And by the way, Andrew, thank you for continuing to tune in to my channel, as well as Traveling God and Joy, Sister Shonda, Felicia, Melanie, all of my faithful and consistent viewers. I appreciate you all so much. And I have to also remember that this is YouTube and the internet. So as my channel grows and I have more and more people tuning in, people are going to have comments. They're going to have opinions. I've already addressed that I don't tolerate people bashing those who I see as high vibrational on my channel. And I've had quite a bit of negative comments and trolls popping up a lot lately, even on my DMP Studios 1 YouTube channel, which I haven't even been updating because I've been so focused on this one. There were people making negative comments about Little Flip on there. And I just don't tolerate that, and shout out to the Freestyle King. Little Flip is indeed one of the only rappers in this industry who honors God and always talks about God and literally always gives God honor when he's doing live performances, and has spoken out against not selling your soul. So I don't know if this is a female that's hiding behind a man's profile that keeps leaving these negative comments. But regardless, as a Scorpio, we're very protective over people who we respect, and people that we think and speak highly of. And I would just like to calmly ask you to please stop coming to my channel with these negative comments, because one, it's not going to change any of the content that I put out. Two, it definitely makes you look like a very desperate, miserable person to keep coming and to come to both channels talking shit. So I'm like, I don't know who you are. I don't care. Just stop. Because at the end of the day, the more you speak against high vibrational people who are chosen by God, the worse your life is going to be. But in addition to that, Andrew had said, I returned to your channel because I feel that you're real, and I appreciate that, and I am. But he said, you say you don't fuck with anybody, and that, however he worded it, he was like, it gives bad energy. Let me explain that real briefly. in my opinion, it's not bad energy when you are being bluntly honest. Again, I'm a Scorpio. I'm very direct. And I understand that some people take it as abrasive, but what you guys don't know is what I have been going through in my real life, because I don't share everything on my channel. But I have had people who I've known 10, 15, 20, 25 years really show their ass this year, especially since I lost my job. Because people tend to think when you're in a position where, you may be struggling, or when you're in a position where you need help, especially when you're struggling due to your health, that's always when you see people's true colors and you see people for who they really are. That's when you know who is truly down for you and who is there for an opportunity. And I am not perfect. I understand a lot of people don't understand how Graves' disease affects me mentally, physically. And I've tried to explain it to people. I've even shown people, as well as I've shown you guys here on my channel, the symptoms of it. And then when you mix in with that PTSD, depression, anxiety, depression, anxiety are symptoms of Graves, and in addition to that, irritability. Yeah, I get to a place where I just really get fed up and I get tired of people's shit. And I'm going to call you out on your shit as bluntly and as honestly and directly as I can to get your attention, to get you to understand that I'm not the one to fuck with. I'm not the 2, 3, or the 4, but I am the one that's going to call you on your shit. I don't give a damn how much I care about you. I don't care how long I've known you. I don't care what you have done for me, because people have done things with deceptive and impure intentions. So I don't co-sign, nor do I follow the mentality of I don't trust nobody. I don't trust the people I've met in real life here, and the ones that I know from my past who live here. And I'm going to tell you why. Because their actions have proven, their behavior has proven that they're disingenuous and that they had ulterior motives for wanting to connect with me. Even some blatantly said, "Oh, well, I see you connecting." Like, people saw, and people make so many assumptions, and it's like, "Oh, I see you connecting with this person. I see you connecting with this company." Especially when people started seeing me connecting with Zaytoven, and I've never even met Zaytoven in real life. He literally just, like, complimented my editing skill set when I tagged him in that video that I edited of Country Wayne rapping as Drip. I love Country Wayne. Well, I love Drip because the new Country Wayne skits ain't been hitting. I ain't gonna lie. That's why I stopped even updating the playlist, because I miss when it was funny and he had Drip in the skits. Now it's just like a soap opera, and it's hard to keep up, especially as busy as I am. But when he hit me and was like, "Hey, this is a dope ass video, and I see your music, we'd like to work with you," it was amazing to me. And there are people right here in Houston who I have promoted and celebrated and, supported, and gone to their events and put their music out there and all of that, who have never given me any sort of positive feedback or reciprocation, I should say. So when I see that people don't reciprocate my energy, I withdraw my energy. Again, I'm a Scorpio, a very all or nothing person. So there have been other people outside of the industry who have literally befriended me, come around me, who ain't been coming around, you know what I'm saying? Because they see these different connections that really God is doing. And then, you start to hear things that people have consistently said to multiple people. Word gets back to me from different people, multiple sources, but the same, gossip, the same rumors, the same negative energy. And it just gets to a point where it's like, Because of what I'm going through, people keep thinking that they have an opportunity to use and or take advantage of me, or offer things and then have expectations of getting something in return from me. So when I say I don't fuck with nobody, trust me, I have a reason for saying that. I have multiple reasons for saying that. And no matter how you may interpret that, if you don't know the full situation, please don't make assumptions, because it doesn't make my energy bad because I am protecting my energy. That's absolutely what you're supposed to do, is protect your energy. And I watch people's behavior. If your energy has been consistently positive towards me, then all of a sudden you start acting funny, I'm not going to fuck with you because I'm not fake. See, a lot of people are real fake. They'll notice a person's energy switching up and still fuck with them. I'm not. I'm just not. Like, for what? And then I'm an empath as well. So I feel energy. I'm a clairvoyant. So I hear sometimes your thoughts. I do have telepathic abilities. And then I'm also a psychic medium. So I will see things in the spiritual realm. I will literally see and hear conversations. That's why a lot of people are afraid of me, because of what I know. And a lot of people have thought, because they see the loving light side to me. So again, Scorpios, we're love and light, and we're also death and demons. We can be super loving and supportive and, positive. And then we see your energy switch up. We're not gonna fuck with you. And me, I'm definitely not, because I don't need nobody's approval nor validation. That is what makes me real. I can walk alone. I would prefer to do that, in all honesty, because I know that I am my own peace. I don't need anyone to be my peace because I am my own peace. So if I want to connect with a person, that's the other thing too. You have to be very careful who you connect with, because the people that are a part of your life are a reflection of you. So how can I be connected to unhealed people and yet say that's my friend, or that's my family, or that's my homegirl, or that's my homeboy, when their energy doesn't reflect mine, when their vibration doesn't match mine? So once I realize that I fall out of vibration with the person, I simply move on. And if I am showing you love and support, it's because I believe in you. But on the same hand, if you don't reciprocate, I'm just not gonna fuck with you no more. That's just, I cannot be any other way but that. So to those who have said negative comments about, oh, I helped you and you used me. No, I didn't. I peeped the intention that you had and I disengaged. I even told someone directly, I'm no longer engaging with you because you're gaslighting me. Again, I've gone to therapy, I've done life coaching. I know all the signs of a narcissist. They love bomb you. And then as soon as you establish a boundary, then it's like, oh, you're the worst person in the world. And they gaslight you, and then they discard and devalue. What I do is I peep, okay, this was this person's true intention in extending help or extending kindness. It was not genuine. Therefore, they don't deserve my energy, because my presence is indeed a present. And those who have been a part of my life where it was a positive connection, we're always blessed. But the minute that you betray me, see, Scorpios are about loyalty. Betrayal is something we have zero tolerance for. So the minute you betray me, the minute you talk shit about me behind my back and think I don't know it, the minute you try to set me up with another person or try to send someone my way to gather information, even people who have been like, oh, I want you to come to my party, or I want you to come to my event, or I want you to come hang out with me, simply for the purpose of wanting to get in my business and gossip. And at the end of the day, you really have no idea what's really going on in my life, because I never tell anyone everything. A lot of people have made speculations and assumptions about multiple people that they thought I've been involved with. And like I said, yes, I have a past, but I'm not my past. I don't live there anymore. Apparently, y'all still do. Apparently, y'all are obsessed with my past, clearly. But I know who I am. I know who I have shared my energy with. I know who I have slept with in terms of the 2 times I've broken my celibacy in the last 3 years, and I know who I haven't. So people who are on hoe energy, and yes, married people as well, um, they want to try to bring up my past as a way to, I guess, compensate for them being a whore. And then say, oh, well, I heard XYZ. It doesn't matter what you heard. If you have not spent any time with me directly, you have no idea what's going on in my life. I'm very private. And even the couple of people who I shared with, the person who, I've been interested in, even with that situation, I'm single. Even if I'm interested in someone, I'm happily single. And when I decide that I'm going to be with someone, more than likely no one will know, because again, I'm very protective and very private. So when that time comes, that's my business. But all these people, gossiping and assuming shit, and it's like you speaking on shit you have no knowledge of, and yet you're forming a very negative opinion about me, and then in turn saying that I'm being negative because I'm calling people on their shit. There have been actual whores that sell their ass judging me. And even when I was in the swinging lifestyle, even when I explored the BDSM lifestyle, I never got paid for any of that. I never sold my pussy. I never sold my ass. Even when I played as a dom and had submissives, that was all kink and fun and play. I never charged anybody. In fact, there were people at that party who were charging men, who were actual sex workers at these mansion parties. See, I know a lot about mansion parties and swinging and BDSM and, sexuality and sexual rituals and orgies. Yes, I've explored all of that, but that was damn near 12 years ago. I mean, that's not, and trust me, I'm back in Houston. There's people that I used to be play partners with that have tried to reconnect with me. I don't have no interest in none of y'all, because none of your vibrations match mine anymore. Where I was then, unhealed, is not where I'm at now. And people saying, oh, now she act like she's too good. No, baby, I'm better than you. Let's be very clear on that. Because see, you're still in a low vibrational realm. I am not. I'm literally preparing myself for marriage. And I continue to have premonitions of me and my divine masculine. I even have premonitions of our son and our daughter. Clear as day, I saw our baby boy. Beautiful baby boy. I saw our daughter. Beautiful baby girl. I don't have any desire to go to mansion freak-offs. Yes, I know all about the local freak-offs here in Houston, all the celebrities that attended, all of the politicians, the well-known people. Anybody who knows Mr. Beast, you know what I'm talking about, Mr. Impotent Beast, who ran essentially the BDSM world here in Houston and probably still does, as far as I know, he still does. I have been asked and requested, and I have declined. So those that, are still trying to bring up my past, that are still interested in it, no, I have no desire to rejoin any of those groups. No, I have no desire to come to any of your mansion parties. I don't trust any of you. That's why I said I don't fuck with people here. I'm speaking on people I know in real life. Until people show me that they are consistent and genuine, I fall back. And the minute your energy towards me switches up, especially if I have supported you consistently and you start acting funny, I'm not with that shit. I'm not with that sometimey ass bullshit. So you will find that my energy will be withdrawn from you. And if I really care about you, I might address it, but most of the time I'm just gonna silently remove myself. This is the best way to handle shit in my world. And I know that my true soul tribe members are coming towards me and my true soul family. That's why I keep telling people when they say, "Am I your friend?" No, you're not. No one is my friend. Either we're family or you're an associate. Again, I'm as much as it's been up and down since February. Every single scenario, situation, environment I've been in has taught me a lot about myself. I've seen areas where I need to heal. I need to stop embracing people that clearly show me that they're full of shit. I need to stop embracing people who show me that they're inconsistent. And when energy and love and support is given but not reciprocated, I stop. It's not about a grudge. It's not about bad energy. It's about self-love. See, when you love yourself, you don't overdo, you don't overgive. You show people support. I'm talking about like even spiritual support, people that I have prayed for, gone into spiritual warfare with, help them to manifest things, help take curses off of them. See, I've given so much that I just don't have anything left to give. All the energy I have, I give to my own healing and to those who I see need healing. And even to those that I see need healing that, present negative energy, I had to, learn, don't take that personal. That person just needs to heal. And just leave it there. But the ones who have called themselves my sis and bro, fuck y'all. And I'm gonna just say it just like that. Again, my channel's raw and uncensored, and I'm grown. And I say fuck y'all because these are people who I have helped over and over and over. And it's like it's not enough. And the minute you say no, then people act like you're just the worst person in the world. Because people, when they're used to taking advantage and using you and manipulating you and gaslighting you, and then all of a sudden you stop it, then you become the enemy because they were used to you not having boundaries with them. So again, before you form a negative opinion about me and what I say on my platform, understand that if you do not know me in real life and you have not spent time with me in real life, you don't know anything about me. So if you're forming a negative opinion, it's literally based off of your own unhealed energy. And I invite you and encourage you to heal. And maybe working with a life coach and a therapist will be beneficial for you. Because a lot of people project their unhealed energy on you all the time. Like there's been people I met recently, like right here in Houston, that feel like people are out to get them simply because they support them. And it's like, bro, if I'm supporting you, it's simply, and a lot of it, especially the music industry, if I really like your music, I'm going to support it. That doesn't mean that I want you, and I'm being very clear to specific men. Just because I support your music does not mean I want you physically. It means I think that your music is dope. So that's why I support it. And even to some of the females that found out I was bisexual that started acting funny. Baby, I don't, trust me, I'm a Scorpio. If I want you, you gonna know. We don't, if I want you, you will know. So please stop assuming that if I give you a compliment or if I support you, especially if I promote you for free, once again, does not mean I want your ass. It just means, hey, I fuck with what you putting out there and I like it and it's dope. So I feel like, let me provide some clarity. And then after that, if you still have a negative opinion, okay, I don't, and it's a reflection of you, not me. And everybody does not have agendas either. Like that Willie Lynch shit is so prevalent in the South. It's sad. See, I'm from the home of Malcolm X. By any means necessary. By any means necessary. Back home, Black people support one another. Melanin excellence is where I come from. I don't understand why people in the South don't have that same energy with one another. Why do y'all think each other are so out to get you? And then as the more I put out there about Willie Lynch, I'm like, well, it was really prevalent in the South. So maybe that is why God brought me here to kind of show y'all something different. Everybody don't have agendas. Everybody's not out to get you. Everybody ain't trying to fuck you. Hey, you're my people. I fuck with what you putting out there. And that's it. And if you don't know what the home of Malcolm X is, look it up. Because as a Black person, you should know where Malcolm X is from. That is my hometown. That's why y'all will see me promoting artists from Omaha, Nebraska. I grew up in the hood. We grew up not too far from 24th Street, which is all dedicated to Malcolm X. And back home, the hood shows up for one another. Like, so y'all just out here, y'all are different. And it's like, I'll go to events and shit, but as far as like being close friends with people and stuff, nah, not until I see that your energy is consistent and that you're genuine. If not, I'm good, bruh. Like, I honestly prefer to go out alone. I really do, because it's a lot more peaceful. There's no drama. I ain't got to worry about no hating ass hoes trying to compete with me, because baby, you can never compete where you don't compare. I am a queen. I walk in my own energy. I don't ever want to be you, and you could never be me. That's the other reason I don't fuck with a lot of people out here, because that insecure energy, your insecurities are very loud. If you gotta do backflips and do the most to get attention, and I simply walk in a room and command attention by my very presence, we're not the same. I know the energy I walk in. My ancestors are always with me. People feel it, even people see them. The strength of the Most High is within me, and I see beyond the veil, and it scares people, and it should. You should be afraid. Oh, and to those who keep calling me a witch, let me tell you something. If I am, you should be very careful, because I'm a very powerful one. Because, people just keep calling me that. So I'm like, okay, whatever. I refer to myself as a spiritualist. I was born with these gifts, and now I've tapped into them fully, and I've tapped fully into my power. So if my ability to see beyond the veil and to see right through you scares you, you should probably stay away from me. Because thinking that you're going to be in my presence and hide anything is just never going to happen. I can see your beginning and your end. I can see your past, your present, and your future. And I can see when you're full of shit. And I can see when people are genuine. So that is what I've been calling in. It's genuine people, stable people, meaning emotionally, spiritually stable, not people whose energy is constantly fluctuating and inconsistent. Not people who are calling me bro and sis and friend and fam, but you're constantly gossiping and spreading lies, and or only coming around and or inviting me to shit just to get in my business. You're never going to know my business. You're going to know what I want you to know. And then you can make your own assumptions after that. When it is time for my divine masculine and I to connect, the world probably won't know until we're married. And that's just what it is. And my divine feminine, because I do plan to have a wife as well. So, and people have made comments about that. I told y'all I'm openly bisexual. I'm not going to change who I am for other people's uncomfortability. And 98% of the time, people who are uncomfortable and homophobic, it's because you're down low. It's because some part of you, technically likes the same sex, but you don't want people to know you like the same sex. So you just like these niggas, these gay ass niggas in the industry that be marrying women as beards. It's the same shit. They get with women so that they can put out this image that they're not gay, Meanwhile, they're fucking niggas on the low. Wait. So yeah, I don't know who's in the house. Hold up, because where the fuck it is, they're loud. Oh. Yeah, that's what's her face. Yeah, when he walks in, he's very loud. But yeah, anyways, like I said, it's all the fakeness that's going on. And I'm just like, you know what? I just cannot and I will not. And I'm going to be myself. To the men that have been, trying to talk to me and date me, I know you guys love the idea that I'm bisexual, but what I need you to understand is that if I do have a female, she's more than likely for me. Um, and I'm open to certain dynamics within a relationship because I do like women. So it's like, maybe we can have a female together if you can handle it. But in my past experience, most men couldn't, be honest, because they try to compete with you and all of that. So, like I said, I wanted to address these few things because while I understand that people have opinions, again, you really shouldn't speak on things that you don't know. And as frustrating as some of this journey this year has been, it's been all necessary. What I know is that what I deserve is coming into my life. In fact, I keep seeing it. And not just romantically, I mean like spiritually, professionally. I keep seeing these alignments coming towards me. And what is not aligned is either being removed or I'm being protected from. Because I had to accept that too, that certain people, what they say, rejection is God's protection. There have been other spiritualists who I've tried to, form a sisterhood with, that I've tried to form a bond with. And I was genuine, but they weren't. I was consistent, but they weren't. And it's like, for me, I like to form connections with those who are truly spiritual, not religious, but understand true spirituality and understand frequency and the difference between high vibrational frequency and low vibrational frequency, and those who have had those experiences. So I cannot call someone who is still being controlled by the concept of religion a soul sister because you are still mentally in bondage. And what I speak to you is going to always go over your head. It's going to always go over your head because you're still in the matrix and you don't realize it. So there's no love lost. Still got love for you. But I'm not going to pour into you when I know that we're not aligned and we're not on the same frequency. It's never about a grudge. It's always about me protecting my energy and making sure that the people I am connecting with and aligning with are truly in alignment with me. So again, I'm a deep ass Scorpio, and I've seen kind of a few too many comments of people projecting assumptions or making assumptions and saying things. And it's like, you don't even know me, but yet you're forming this opinion. So I have to always look at, I am not responsible for anybody else's unhealed energy. I'm only responsible for mine. And my content is going to be what it is. I did not like on the Truth Network how that guy kept bashing gay people. That's why I chose not to finish that interview that he did with Jonathan Hay. It is not my belief that God hates gay people. People hate gay people. God's not concerned with the rules that man has set up for one another. The Most High is concerned with what frequency you are tapped into and what God you choose to worship and serve. Everything else is man made. I've said that. That's what literally I was told in heaven. Even the word sin, they said man made that up. They said man definitely created all religions. So, again, there's people who, yes, I care about you, but once you showed me you were disingenuine, once you betrayed me or talked shit or had a motive or had an expectation instead of doing stuff from a genuine place, I removed my energy from you. That's all it is. Doesn't take anything away from my appreciation for those who have helped me, but quite a bit have not. And I'm speaking directly to the ones who I have helped, who have lived with me more than once, who have come to me for help more than once. Hell, even when I had my thyroid cancer surgery, people were coming to me for help. So, people talking shit, that's why it's just like I watch people. I'm an observer of energy. I watch people for a while before I fully embrace them. And I want to see, are you going to be consistent? I want to see what's your true intention. And if your true intention is genuine and real, we're good. But the minute I see an ulterior motive, I'm out. That's just what it is. All or nothing Scorpio. Always have been, always will be. Deacon Jungle Cat, thank you so much for tuning in, my love. I appreciate it so much. So, like I said, I just felt the need to address all of this because even, the so-called friend here in Houston from Iowa, it's like, if I hear one more time you done said some shit to me, we're going to have a talk in person. Because again, I'm not a petty person that because you betrayed me, I'm going to expose you, but it's about to get to that point. Because this person has lied so much, not just about me, to me about shit. And one thing you can never say is that I've ever been married and been a whore and cheated on my husband with multiple men right here in the same town. There have been more men that have said they have had sex with you than any have ever had sex with me. And to keep running around telling people about the dude that I had that sexual encounter with when I was super drunk, and the fact that it was your aunt that gave me the alcohol that made me drunk, that says something else. I thought about that today. For all I know, that could have been a setup. But what I know is that I blacked out. I don't remember the sexual encounter, but I do remember her recording when we started getting freaky when we were all in the car. And it's like, why? I've never understood that. If you are supposedly so heterosexual, why would you record this nigga going down on me and then telling people about it? I really need you to come out the closet, love. Because don't no straight woman do shit like that, especially to an alleged friend. And you keep putting that out there like that's something that recently happened. And that happened in 2018. Right after my father died. And right after the first time I found out my ex was cheating and broke up with him. And because women who he apparently has dated or has talked to or whatever, you keep recycling that story when I know real life things about you that have happened just this year that I've never told anyone. So, it gets to the point where it's like, I'm not going to fuck with you. And I'm also not going to lower my vibration to yours. I'm not. For what? You're going to attract your own karma. I've already seen it. I've literally seen what's about to happen in your life. It would be in your best interest to stop speaking on me. It would definitely be in your best interest to stop bringing up my past, because you've been a whore. And you've been lying to everybody about it. So, I'm just at a point where I'm done with it. And you will not hear from me anymore. And you can tell people whatever you want to tell them. I really don't care. I really don't. So at the end of the day, I'm going to speak. Hold on. Yeah, I'm going to stop including Instagram. Because it's like they continue to keep coming for my content. And it's like nobody is attacking a group of people. I'm speaking on my real life experience. So yeah, going forward, I'm just not going to include Instagram anymore, the multi-stream, because it's annoying. They'll send me a notice, oh, we removed your content, blah, blah, blah. Then I'll send a review. Then they'll reinstate it. And I'm just like, fuck Instagram. I don't care. I really don't. I'm speaking on my real life experience. And yes, I can call a whore. Because any woman who's married and is fucking all these different men, including a man she works with, which that's stupid as hell anyway, and then constantly speaking on me, I'm going to publicly speak on you because you keep publicly speaking on me behind my back and you think I don't know. So bringing up people's past is again a reflection of the unhealed parts of you. And you're not going to bring me into the bullshit you have done to try to make it seem like, oh, well, she did this too. Nah, I told you when you first told me about this side nigga at your job, I straight up asked you, are y'all getting a divorce? Is your husband cheating on you? Like, what's going on? Because why are you just, I mean, how do you publicly have a sex-related content podcast with a man who is not your husband on social media? And even your own children said they were questioning why you were doing that. You've brought this man around your house. And I'm like, why are you doing this? Like, why don't you just get a divorce and be single? But if your husband's letting you do that, cool. That's between y'all. But if I was you, I wouldn't do that, because you out in these streets messy as hell. You out in these streets messy as hell. And it makes sense. That's why you kept bringing up my past. Because you wanted me to be a part of the bullshit that you're doing. And I'm not going to be a part of that. Whatever you choose to do is whatever you choose to do. I have nothing to do with that. I told you that wasn't a good idea. I said, but hey, if your husband letting you kick it all night and going and getting hotel rooms and not coming home and shit, hey, that's on you. But don't keep thinking that you about to drag me into your shit, because you not. I don't want no parts of that. That's messy as hell. I'm not in agreement with that. And yeah, I appreciate that your side dude, you know what I'm saying, looked out when I really started struggling after the hurricane. But for you to have gone from that to continuing to speak on me, especially the people back home that we mutually know, it's like, I just can't fuck with you no more. I always got love for you, got love for your kids, your grandkids, but I just seriously, I can't do it because I'm not fake at all. So, like I said, people speaking on because I checked people through that live a few days ago because it was necessary. Because here's the thing, when you're loving light, people tend to think that they can just shit on you and you won't say nothing. You won't do nothing. Oh, she's all love and light, so I can just say, nah, nigga, I'm a Scorpio. We are the sign of death and rebirth and transformation. I can be love and light, and I can be death and demons too. So, I'm really tired of the fakes. I'm tired of the disingenuine people. I'm tired of the inconsistent people. I'm tired of people projecting their unhealed energy and making assumptions. I'm just like, yo, I'm good on everybody right now. For real, for real. And I do have genuine people in my life, but they are not here in Houston. I would say there's about 3 people in the Houston and surrounding areas that I can say is genuine. Yeah, I would say maybe 3 people. But I'm still very protective of my own energy. Because I know, like, whether it's a familial relationship, whether it's a platonic friendship, whether it's romantic, whether it's business, as a Scorpio, I am all in 1000%. So that's what I expect in return. And if I don't get that, I withdraw my energy. See, when I was younger, I would get mad and fight. No, now I might passionately check you and address you, but after that, you just not gonna hear from me no more. And sometimes I won't even do that. Sometimes I really will cut people off with no notice and no nothing, just access denied. Because at the end of the day, we're grown. And motherfuckers is too old to be acting like they don't know what the fuck they did that was wrong. You knew what you said and did. So if you cared about the friendship, if you cared about the family ship, if you cared about the relationship, you would have thought about that before you made the choice that you made. And the people that, like I said, have had all these negative conversations, when is the last time you have called to see how I am doing as it pertains to my health? 2-time thyroid cancer survivor, still dealing with hyperthyroidism as a result of Graves' disease, still dealing with these tumors, still dealing with bleeding out every single day, 2 and 3 hours a day, because I do need to have my surgery, which I'm working on getting that scheduled. When's the last time you called to see how I was feeling while you talking shit? Maybe you haven't heard from me because I'm physically going through a lot. Did you ever stop and think about that? All of you shit talkers who are perfectly fucking healthy. Or you might have a condition that's not nearly as bad as mine, and yet you're complaining to me and wanting me to feel sorry for you when I got to struggle and fight with my body every fucking day and still find the strength to be positive. That's the shit I don't like. But yet you want to call me and dump all your problems on me. You want to call me and ask me for help. You want to call me and ask me for prayers, but you never call to see how I am doing. Hey, D, can you do this for me? Hey, D, can you do that for me? Hey, D, can I talk to you about this? Hey, D, can I get your advice? But never, hey, D, how are you feeling? How's things going on in your world? How are things going since the hurricane? How are things going since you lost your job? How's your living situation going? Never get those calls. Just the calls to ask me to do things for you. So, when I say I don't fuck with people, trust me, I got a reason for saying that shit. And I thank God for revealing to me who people really are, because see, here's the other thing. When you're not struggling, a lot of people that be around your ass are around you for the generosity, because Scorpios, we're very generous to those that we love and care about. We really will give you our last. We really will do for you even when we can't do for ourselves. So that's why I'm so protective now of my energy and who I give it to. You need to be worthy of that energy. You need to be worthy of that loyalty, not just romantically, platonically too, and damn sure familial. So no, I don't call anyone my friend anymore. My best friend since I was 5 years old died September 1st, 2014. She will never be replaced. And I've had to accept that I will never find that type of loyalty in anybody else, but it will always dwell within me. So anyone else in my life, and everyone in my life came after her, even my high school friends, even my college friends, even the friends from the churches back in the day. All of y'all came in my life after her. None of you have matched her loyalty. Not one. Elissa was exactly like me. Matter of fact, after I had my thyroid cancer surgery and she battled horribly with diabetes, she would walk to my apartment to check on me, not just call. She would pop up. And she was the only person I would let pop up unannounced and actually let her in. Hey, hey, sis, how are you feeling? I'm like, girl, you just got out the hospital. What you doing here? Well, I walked over here to make sure you was okay. Or she would call or she would text. We were both empaths. We both knew when the other one wasn't okay. We would lift each other up. And my therapist asked me that, when's the last time your friends have called to encourage you? I was like, God damn. I can't even answer that shit. When's the last time they've lifted you up, D? I don't know. Because I'm used to being the one everybody comes to. That's not fair at all. That's not an even exchange of energy. So I'm learning to distance myself and let me see who comes towards me. I was so glad when that popped up in my Instagram feed today about the Mercury retrograde. That's why I reposted it. Because what and who is naturally for you is going to come towards you. And what and who is not for you is going to remove itself or be removed by the universe. What I saw, I had 3 premonitions this morning of my divine masculine coming to find me, hugging me tightly and telling me, I'm so glad that you didn't give up on me. I love you, I'm here. And then from then on, we were together. That is the reason I am still celibate. Because that is what I want. I don't want temporary affection from somebody's unhealed son. No, I want my healed kingdom spouse, my healed divine masculine. I don't want to be battling with your demons and your unhealed energy and your unhealed childhood trauma. I've done that already. It's exhausting. I have no desire to do that with any man or woman. So if you are not healed, if you are not working on your healing, I cannot do it. I won't do it because I've done way too much work and still am right now to heal myself. Because I am trying my hardest to be the best version of myself, even with dealing with how graves affects my hormones and mood swings and all of that. Plus, I'm a Scorpio on top of that. So we moody motherfuckers anyway. Either we all the way like you or we all the way don't. And some people can't handle our intensity. Some people can't handle the way we intensely love and like. And then other people crave it and want it, especially once they lose it. It's crazy because with Scorpios, it's like people always have to lose us to value us. That's why I say that my presence is a present, because it honestly is. And once I take it away, it's usually when people value it the most. So they don't value when I am consistent with them. They don't value when I consistently show them love. I consistently show them support. I consistently encourage them until I take it away. And then it's like, damn, I missed that. Well, you should have valued it when you had it. Simple as that. So I wanted to address that in hopes that going forward, those who have chosen to form a negative opinion or projected some sort of judgment, you don't know me. Respectfully, fuck off. Straight up, please just fuck all the way off. Worry about your own self. Or as they say in the churches, worry about your own soul salvation, but like dead ass for real, worry about yourself. One thing I'm never gonna be is fake. Not for the tube, not for the book, not for the gram, not for nobody, not in real life. And if you someone I know in real life, I'm gonna tell you straight up to your face how I really feel. That's another reason why some people don't like me, because I'm gonna call you on your shit straight up to your face. Ain't finna be no faking. Ain't finna be no I'm gonna come around you and smile in your face. No, bitch, we gonna have this conversation directly, or I'm gonna cut you the fuck off. Blocked, deleted. That's how I handle shit. Because I'm too old to be going back and forth with people. Like I showed y'all before, Graves' disease is an autoimmune disease that causes my thyroid and immune system to attack one another. And it can cause me to have a heart attack or a stroke, or cause my respiratory system to collapse. So people who piss me off, people that trigger me, and then PTSD on top of that from being raped and abused, I don't have the patience to deal with nobody's bullshit. And again, if you keep fucking with me, yes, I'm going the fuck off on you because I'm tired of your shit. Or I'm gonna just cut you the fuck off. And then when I cut you off, well, how come you don't talk to me more? Bitch, you know why. You know the shit you said and did. Don't act like you don't. You know what you did. So it's that simple. And then we move on. And we grow and we evolve. I would rather be alone at peace than surrounded by people and have to deal with their chaotic energy, especially as an empath. We need solitude. It's absolutely imperative that we have solitude. That's how we recharge. And I'm a Scorpio too. I don't like being around people 24/7 because I can feel all of their energies and it becomes annoying and I get agitated and irritated. So, yeah, solitude is very peaceful for me. And I really don't go out a lot because of my spiritual gifts of being able to feel everyone's energy in the room and then unfortunately hearing their thoughts. You can't turn it off. It's a gift and a curse. So I pick and choose when I go out and where I go. And if the energy there is not good, I leave and I don't come back again. So I wanted to address that for those who have been inviting me. Multiple people have been inviting me to events. I mean, so many people even people I don't even know, just finding me on Instagram, you know, inviting me to shit. I don't hang with everybody. I'm in a space of spiritual healing, so I don't want to hang with everybody because I don't trust everyone's energy. And I don't trust people's intentions. Plus, I know there are people that are sending people. There's people from my past that are sending people to try to get me to come out because they know I don't fuck with them so that they can show up and act like we ran into each other again, baby. I'm a psychic. I already see the shit that y'all are planning. It makes me laugh because it's like, bruh, I'm 1,000 steps ahead of you. I mean, like I've had what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different females who I have never met. I don't know how they found my Instagram. Invite me to events. I'm not coming. I don't know you. Who sent you? There's a difference between the Willie Lynch mentality of distrust and discernment. If your energy is genuine, I won't feel any sort of who sent you energy. But if you just popped up out of nowhere and are adamant about me coming out to an event at a venue that I don't even frequent or go to, no, not at all. And it's never about me fearing you. It's about me protecting you from my ancestors. I need y'all to hear me clear on that. It's never about me fearing you. It's about me protecting you from my ancestors. Because one thing they will do is ruthlessly come after you for any evil intention towards me. That's why I always pray that prayer that any energy rising up against me shall fall immediately and be destroyed. And chaos and confusion will come about their lives, and death and hell will follow their evil intentions back to them. I reverse it back immediately. So understand that if you have any intention towards me that is evil or disingenuine or, in any way, shape, or form trying to set me up, one, they're going to protect me from you, and then they're going to come for you. So it would be in your best interest not to do that to yourself. And it would definitely be in those people who have continued to talk shit about me. I'm telling you right now, if for your own sake, you need to stop. Because if you don't, and all of a sudden shit in your life starts going left and going horribly, you brought it on yourself. So yeah, if Instagram wants to take down my content because I called a whore, then fuck y'all. A whore is just that. And it is not something I am, nor is it something I have ever been. I went through a phase of being freaky, absolutely. I was very active in the swinging lifestyle. I was very active in the BDSM lifestyle until I realized that people had nefarious intentions for me involving satanic ritual abuse that I didn't know they had intention until I was shown in the spirit realm. The Diddy freak-offs, those types of parties definitely have gone down right here in Houston and in Dallas, and still do. Oh, and I've been invited to so many parties in Dallas. So many. My ex-play partner, man, he was trying to get me to move to Dallas so bad, the beginning of this year. He's like, "Why don't you just come here and be with me?" I was like, "Nah, because you out in them streets a little too much for me. And I know you be out in them streets, and I don't think you be using protection. I'm not with that shit. Anytime I played in those lifestyles, I always use protection because people will be in them lifestyles knowing they got shit and don't give a damn. It actually happened to one of my homeboys. He caught herpes from a girl giving him head who had an open sore in her mouth and didn't tell him. Well, that's horrible. You even get to hit. She gave you the shit. Like, god damn. And not him, but my ex-play partner, he was, trying to get me to come out to Dallas. I'm like, man, I'm not moving out there. Because I already knew, I know the circles out there that are associated with Mr. Beast. And I know Mr. Beast wants me back in that lifestyle, but sir, no. And they were like, well, we could set you up for this. Look, God will set me up for and with whatever I need. I don't need to come to no mansion parties. I don't need to be back in that lifestyle. Now, when I get with my divine masculine, we doing all types of kinky shit for sure. Especially, I got all this backed up energy too. Oh, hell yeah. But I'm not finna be out in them streets. I'm just not. I have no desire to. See, once you start working on healing that fucking with no intention of an actual connection is not something you're interested in. Having soul ties to unhealed people is not something that I want. having soul ties to people that only desire temporary affection because they are still struggling from their own childhood trauma and sexual abuse is not something that I want. The more I have healed, the deeper I go into the spiritual realm to fully understand why people are the way they are. If a man's always fucking around, it's because he more than likely got molested as a child. And he's trying to fuck away the gay, or he's trying to fuck away the pain. Either way, it's unhealed energy. Same thing with women. So where I was 12 years ago is definitely not where I'm at now, mentally, physically, or spiritually. So yeah, I like, group play. But it would be my divine feminine and my divine masculine. Or if I chose to play with a couple, they both have to be healed. They both have to be high vibrational, and they above all have to be secure within their relationship, because men, when I tell you, when I used to swing and men would be like, "Oh, she's bi, she likes women." When I tell you that men would get so jealous of me with women, because again, a woman knows what a woman wants, and I'm a Scorpio and I'm a tantric Scorpio on top of that. The men got more jealous of me than the women did. Why she act like she like you better than me? Because she does. Because I know what she wants more than you do, because I'm a woman. I know how to touch her and where to touch her. You don't. So again, like those that have been trying to talk to me, like the one dude, he was like, "So then you get to cheat, but I don't." I said, "Nigga, how can you explain that to me? I just told you I like women." Which means you should be happy, because that means we could probably go get women together. But instead of you seeing it that way because you're insecure, you see it as I would be able to cheat, but you can't. Obviously, if I'm bi, I'm gonna get a female that's bisexual. Because I've done the lesbian thing and they crazy. I don't ever want to be with another lesbian ever again. I absolutely want a woman who's bisexual for the purpose of, if I want to share her with you, we can do that. But the whole men ego competition shit is crazy to me. So yeah, fellas that's been trying to talk to me, please check your ego and your insecurities. If you're going to be jealous of me and or trying to compete with me, it's never going to work. I'm just straight up, it's not. Because she will more than likely like me better than you. I mean, now if you're one that likes to watch, that's what's up. But if you think you about to dick her down and compete with me, nah. But if your ego is right, you might be able to satisfy both of us. Who knows? So I just had to put that out there because, it's been a lot of invitations. It's been a lot of people pursuing, especially those who I previously was in a lifestyle with, because it's just hard for them to believe that I am celibate and that I am where I am. Because just because I'm back in Houston don't mean I want to fuck with y'all. I don't. And then you got to keep in mind too, if you're still in that same unhealed vibration and I'm not, why would I go back to where I've already healed from? Got to think about that shit too. So I just had to address a few things because these are things that have been on my mind today. And with how I've been, just physically dealing with things, I have to keep my energy in a certain space so that I can continue to attract the healing that I've been calling in and continue to attract the abundance that I've been calling in. But also letting people know I peep game, I see you for who you are, and I'm moving forward. I will never give you my power, but I will address you. And if you keep bringing up shit or you keep trying to get a reaction, the only reaction you're going to get from me is distance. And that's it. Now, let's get to the video. Let me make sure I put the title. Oh, it's up there. So that's the title. I'm going to remove the comments so that, because I'm going to enable the captions. Matter of fact, I'm going to reload this because I know how YouTube does. with the ads. Yeah, I already know it. And I think that's also why the audio sometimes will disconnect on StreamYard, is because YouTube be trying to play all these damn ads. So again, this is, let me pause it. This is the interview that Jonathan Hay did about a month ago. And again, Jonathan Hay is a super producer, and he was the publicist for Rhianna during her Ponder Replay first album. And he worked directly with Jay-Z. He worked with Diddy. He worked with Drake. He worked with RZA. He worked with DJ Khaled. So, I mean, he's literally been not only at parties, but actually in the studio with all these different rappers. And what he has to say is shocking. So I'm going to go ahead and get this started.
They come out, and if people ask Dame Dash, because he's just not going to volunteer that information, if people asked Dame Dash, who was his partner in Rockefeller Records, who put Jay-Z on, who's been with him he was with him for so many years, Dame Dash would confirm that Jay-Z is bisexual.
You said that DJ Khaled, Sway Calloway, RZA from the Wu-Tang Clan, you've even said Jay-Z are bisexual.
Correct.
Do you stand by that?
For sure. I can stand by, like, the three people of Khaled and Sway and RZA from what happened on One Shot, because I was there and I like heard it, and it was like being in a room with people having sex, because that's what they were doing. It was very loud, it was very vulgar, and it was unbelievable to actually experience that. And I noticed people are saying, like, why is he laying down? Why is he covered up? It's like, I'm laying down because I have stage 4 osteoarthritis.
Like, you've never been a publicist for Jay-Z, right? But you've made some statements about Jay-Z as well. And a lot of people want to know, how do you know these things?
Well, I've been a publicist for Jay-Z's artist, who's a Mill, who was involved with Jay-Z from his third album. She was on, Can I Get A?
One of the biggest things I saw in the comment section was that people were saying you have been sent here to help as part of some larger scheme to rewrite hip-hop history. What's your response to that? Another thing that I saw was that this has been racially motivated. So in other words, it seems that everyone that you quote unquote exposed, or that you have a story to tell about, happens to be of African American descent or a black person. What's your response to that? So you haven't been paid, or no one's threatened your life to put you in a position where you're going to come out and say these things? Okay, so did I remember hearing correctly? Did you ever say Drake as well? Did I hear you say his name in the Truth Is interview, or no?
Hopefully I didn't say that. If I did, well, I mean, yeah, because you saw the paperwork that I showed you. That'd be wild. There's a signed agreement from Drake, and then
and now we understand during the Jonathan Hay interview with Jaguar Wright why Jaguar said what she said. Shout out to the queen, Jaguar Wright, because she didn't come right out and say that she believed it was Drake that did the home invasion, but she asked him a series of questions. She said, what project were you working on before the home invasion? And he said it was a project with Drake and his baby mom. Then she said, what was it about Drake that you knew that he didn't want anybody else to know? Because she's been exposing all these download rappers and artists. But because he had signed an NDA, there was only so much that he could say. However, once a criminal act happens, those NDAs become null and void.
Then about 2 weeks later, Scorpion dropped, and he's talking about Louisville hush money. While the duct tape was around my eyes and I was sitting in that chair, I was praying, if we survive this, God, I'll never do any kind of violent music, any kind of rap music. I won't do anything to promote any of that lifestyle again.
So barely 5 days ago, I dropped a video on this channel reacting to this interview of a gentleman by the name of Jonathan Hay, who's a music industry publicist, talk about several things that he's witnessed in the music industry over his, 20 years in the industry. And little did I know, this interview or this video will go on to do about 300,000 views in the first 24 hours. And it is now sitting at well over 500,000 views in just 4.5 days. Why did this video go viral? Well, because of his ties to a lot of these people like Rhianna, like DJ Khaled, like Jay-Z, like Drake. His proven ties to a lot of these people, but more importantly, what he was willing to say on camera, with his face on camera, and provide a little bit of proof. Well, since the video went viral, I've gotten in contact with Jonathan Hay, and I actually interviewed him myself. And not only did I interview him, but I asked a lot of the questions that you all were asking in the comment section. The tough questions, the hard questions, the real questions. I'm a regular person just like y'all are. I have the same questions that y'all have. Like, is he in denial? And is he the one that's really bisexual? Is somebody paying him to say this or talk about this? Why is he only talking about the black celebrities? What else do he know? How do we know? Why should we believe him when he's already lied on Rihanna and Jay-Z in the past?
And the Becoming Beyonce book comes out in 2015. And it talks about me being the person who put out the rumor and, went viral.
Okay. Yeah. I was trying to switch tabs and it did that. I was trying to pause this because this guy, this is how you know when a content creator hasn't actually done the research. Because he's like, well, why should we believe you already lied? He came out and said he was paid. And you have to think about these rappers, y'all. A rapper like Jay-Z has the money and the power to pay someone who is a publicist to publicly essentially humiliate themselves by publicly saying this was a lie. How many times have we heard later down the road someone say, well, yeah, they paid me to go online and say XYZ to cover the story, to cover for what they did? Jonathan Hayes already admitted to that. He was like, yeah, he told me that he did not want that narrative painted for him, that he was having an affair with Rihanna because he was also dealing with Beyonce, and Beyonce and Rihanna don't get along. And I was cracking up when Jaguar said, well, why would a bottom bitch and a side bitch hang out together? But that's some real shit though. For real. A bottom bitch don't like the side bitches. They never do. So if he is trying to project an image to the world that Beyonce's his bottom bitch or his main bitch, and that's the one he wants to have this image of this false relationship with the beard, then of course he didn't want it to be put out there that he had a relationship with Rihanna, especially because everyone knows Rihanna was a minor when she got signed to him. But I mean, it should have struck everyone as odd that she auditioned in a hotel room at 3 a.m. Now, here's something that every spiritualist knows and that every witch knows, that between 3 and 4 a.m. is when the veil between dimensions is the thinnest. 3 a.m. is also what they call the bewitching hour, where dark witches and warlocks and sorcerers perform spiritual rituals. What does a 16-year-old minor from Barbados have doing in a hotel room with a grown-ass man auditioning as an artist? Like, come on now. Let's just be real right now. Rihanna's 16. She's from Barbados. So she's considered, as Storm Monroe would say, an exotical. Shout out to Storm. And she's in a room with Jay-Z, who I believe, if he wasn't in his 30s, I think he was in his 30s. So she's in a room with this grown-ass man. In my opinion, her father definitely pimped her out, because who sends their 16-year-old daughter to a hotel to audition at 3 a.m. in the morning? So it makes sense why Jay-Z didn't want that narrative out there that him and Rhianna may have been having an affair when, according to everyone in the industry who worked with Jay-Z, they in fact were having an affair, according to the people in the industry, again, who were around this nigga. So it wasn't that Jonathan lied. It was that Jay-Z paid him to publicly say he was lying so that people would disregard what Jonathan Hay had to say. I just wanted to be very clear on that. And again, clearly the guy who is interviewing him during this interview did not do his homework, because if he did, he wouldn't have ever have said that.
Back then in 2015, I went on Inside Edition. I apologize for putting out the rumor.
It was the rumor would not go away. Rhianna was romancing Jay-Z behind Beyonce's back. But now, at last, we can put that rumor to rest.
Did Rhianna and Jay-Z have an affair?
No, it was all a publicity stunt.
Jonathan Hay, as a music industry publicist, says he made up the whole affair to get attention for Rihanna's first single back in 2005. Makes that shocking revelation.
And that's literally, I don't know why the screen keeps jumping like that. That is exactly what he said that Jay-Z told him to say. Just go online and say that you lied and it was a publicity stunt. I mean, look at this young, beautiful girl. Ugly ass, grown ass predator, in my opinion. Again, all commentary on my page is my opinion. On my channel is my opinion. And who wants people to be speculating about the connection? But again, Mr. Carter, why couldn't Rhianna? Why wasn't she able to audition to be a music artist in a studio during the day? Why did she have to meet you at a hotel at 3 a.m.? It just sounds and looks so suspicious, and it sounds and looks like her father pimped her out to you. Because anyone who's grown and has common sense knows what people do in hotels at 3 a.m. And they're not auditioning. They might be singing, but the notes that they're singing are usually from orgasms. I'm just saying. This shit is wild, bro.
In the new book, Becoming Beyonce, an unauthorized biography by best-selling author J. Randy Carabarelli.
How do we know that he actually know these people? Well, he not only agreed to interview with me, but he showed me proof, real proof. We're talking about emails. We're talking about NDAs. We're talking about agreements, all of that. Communication with these people. He showed me all of that in this interview. This video is the type of video that people should be charged for, but I'm not going to charge you. The things that you're about to hear in this interview are all things that are not my opinions. They are
I wonder how old he is, because he looks and sounds very young. First of all, sir, no one's paying you on YouTube for information that has already been put out there before you did this interview with Jonathan Hay. Jonathan Hay has been doing interviews for months. He just, looking at him, I think he's probably maybe in his mid to late 20s, which kind of explains why he's a little bit ignorant, bless his heart.
coming from someone else. They do not represent this channel. They do not represent the perspectives of Diddy necessarily. Do I believe the things that he's talking about? Yes. Do I believe the things that he's telling me for the most part? Yes. But these are not my opinions, and I am not the one that's saying it. I also want to say that because a lot of you in the comment section have consistently said another person's about to be sued, another cease and desist coming, defamation. I'm not defaming anybody's name. If I was to say anything, it's
Oh, bless his young heart. Sir, giving your opinion is not defamation. See, and again, I've never seen this kid's channel before. I've never seen any of his commentary. This interview literally just dropped into my feed, because of my last live with Jonathan Hay, and then just me, looking up content. But it's like, there's a difference between giving your opinion, which is why I always do the fair use disclaimer at the beginning of my lives. There's a difference between your opinion and then saying, I know for a fact that this happened. Like with Jonathan Hay, if let's say Jonathan Hay didn't have all this evidence, you know what I'm saying? Let's just say he didn't have all this evidence and he was saying all these things about Jay-Z. That would be considered as defamation. So, again, he seems very young. He seems very low-key, a little bit ignorant. Joy, thank you so much for tuning in, my love. I do appreciate it. She said, I have told my husband for the past 20 years that Rhianna and Jay, child, we all knew that nigga was fucking her. I mean, and again, this is my opinion. I have every right to state it on my channel. I remember when Pon de Replay came out because I enjoyed that album. What was that song? Them Haters was one of my favorite songs by her and all that. And I was like, all these pictures of them together look awfully cozy. I'm just saying. And then being an empath, we be feeling people's energy. And I'm like, they look awfully close and cozy for... And then, that's also just the standard nature of business in the music industry. Most producers do be fucking their artists. I mean, they do. Hell, even in the gospel industry. So it's kind of like a common unspoken, what do they say? Don't ask, don't tell, but people know what it really is. Because I had showed y'all previously them pictures of Jay-Z and Rhianna, and you could see why Beyonce allegedly was jealous of her. She's young, she's beautiful, she's talented. And again, this is my opinion. Beyonce is a good song performer. I can't say, in my opinion, that she's a good artist because her music does not reach me. But she sounds good. But I guess a person who doesn't have a soul can't sound soulful when they sing, and because that person, allegedly sold their soul with all the Baphomet, symbolism and all of her Sasha Fierce shit. But it would make sense, like Jaguar said, bottom bitch is not gonna like the side bitch. So, it would make sense for Jay-Z's team to tell Jonathan, hey, sir, we're gonna pay you to go on air and say that this was all a publicity stunt and that you were lying to get buzz for Pon de Replay, which I ain't gonna lie to y'all, that's honestly one of the dumbest reasons to tell someone to say, oh, go online and say you were lying because you were trying to promote her album. I mean, they couldn't have come up with a better reasoning, like if you're going to have him lie and say that he lied, at least give a better foundation for the reason. You know what I'm saying? Joy says, it would make sense. Exactly. It makes perfect sense because if he's painting a public picture that Beyonce is my main, we call them bottom bitches, but his main bitch, he doesn't want the minor that he made, quote unquote, audition in a hotel at 3 a.m. to be publicized as the side chick, even though everyone around Jay-Z has said she indeed was the side chick and that they indeed had allegedly a romantic relationship. Because again, when have we ever seen Rhianna and Beyonce collaborate? Now, we might see them take fake ass pictures and shit, but we've never seen them collaborate on the album. In fact, when Jay-Z was producing Run This Town, it was Rihanna, Kanye, and him. Not Rihanna, Kanye, Beyonce, and him. And when he has done music with Beyonce, it's him and Beyonce. And I showed y'all, and I'm going to pull it up again since we're talking about it. Because on her Sasha Fierce album cover, it's the Baphomet 3 times. 3 times, not once. 3 times. So yeah, let's take a look at this right quick. Because I know I showed you guys this. couple lives ago. But for those who don't believe, you know, the Beyonce, the Beehive, the Fanaticals, yeah, let's take a look at your Queen Bey honoring the Baphomet. Oh, sorry to crush your souls. That the woman you love so much is an evil empress. And she's not even an empress, because an empress is someone that's good. She's just an evil witch, in my opinion. So we see the Baphomet here, right? Then we see the Baphomet here again. Then we see the full Baphomet corset. So we have the Baphomet 3 times. And the look of Lucifer all on her face. And I see the Baphomet all over her third eye. So, you know, do you think this woman here was trying to be friends with Riri? No, because Riri was her competition. And like I said at the beginning of my live, you can't compete where you don't compare, babe. I'm just saying you can't compete where you don't compare. So yeah, Beyonce I Am Sasha Fierce album cover. Then we have all the other symbolism, you know, her with Jay-Z and them doing the triangle, and now there's Aleister Crowley, you know, but everybody worships her like she's God idolatry, one of the major sins in the Bible. In fact, one of the, I believe, commandments even, but you know, who am I? Because I don't know shit. Even though I know the entire Bible like the back of my hand. Oh, there we go. There's a good example of the Masonic symbolism by the wife. And it's been said for decades that her and her mom have been dark witches for years, as well as the Kardashians, who are their besties. So yeah, this is beard example number 1. Look at their demeanor. Why are they always so not in a loving pose? He looking like he's thinking about Bussy, and she's like, I can't stand this motherfucker, but I'm gonna stand here and smile and play my role and play my part. Let's take a look at the body. See, if Scorpios, you look at body language. The body language. He ain't even touching her. And she looking mad as hell. This one, they got her looking like a white woman, like she ain't got a drop of melanin in her. And that country shit went to shit, literally did not hit any fucking charts. So, you know, oh, let's, you know, show them right quick. Do for the non-believers, do as thou wilt. Yeah. Yeah, this is y'all's king here, right? Yeah. Oh, here's the Baphomet again. Yeah. This is an advertisement for a concert. Let's take an even closer look at this. Let's magnify the image. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Now, do we see maybe y'all can't see the demons, but I can definitely see all the demons around her. And then we got the Baphomet once again. But this is who y'all worship, right? And those of us who can see beyond the veil, those of us who can see beyond the veil, we're the crazy ones. Crazy in love, surrounded by fire. I am done. I am done. I am fucking done, bro. Like, how the fuck y'all can't see this shit? And then he's wearing his own you know, shirt, his own, from his own, you know, actual clothing line, do as thou wilt, which is indeed the saying by the founder of the Church of Satan, Aleister Crowley. Oh, there's some more proof here. Aleister Crowley and Jay-Z, the dynamic duo, and all of his symbol. Oh, here we go. Mr. Courtney Burgess, aka Uncle Ruku. He was giving this same symbol during the interview with Jaguar Wright on Sean Atwood. Shout out to Sean Atwood and Jaguar Wright. So yeah, you know, it's just, it's not even hidden in plain sight anymore. It's just right in your fucking face. So if it's in your face and you still don't want to believe it, well, that's on you. Now, back to the video. I just, I had to just show that because I could feel in my spirit. I could feel in my spirit that there are some non-believers. I have to show them. Adam Montgomery says Beyonce know her husband's gay. That's why she that's why she brought on that boxing, a picture she plays in her gay man. Oh my God. Joyce says Rhianna is definitely Becky with the good hair. Oh, I see. The reason why I laugh is because I know there be haters that be straight up, not wanting to believe this shit, and it's so very real. Like, it's so very in your face. Like, it's literally in your face. Yeah, they have no problem showing that they worship Lucifer and Baphomet. Oh, there we go. Good picture. Riri and Jay and Kanye. And yeah. So these niggas be gay. In the words of Riley Freeman. Nigga, you gay. Now, StreamYard, I'm going to need y'all to stop with the disconnecting from the audio, because then I got to reload the video, and then they're going to play 5011 ads. So what's the timestamp? We're at 6:02, so I'm going to have to refresh it. This is some bullshit. I feel like StreamYard is in cahoots with YouTube so that YouTube can just keep playing 5011 ads. So you got to keep refreshing it for them to play all these stupid ass ads. So let's go back to where we were. Now, y'all let me know when I start playing this if you can hear the audio or not. If not, what I'll do is close the tab and relaunch the video. Okay, bruh, you're doing a lot of talking. Let's move. Okay, hold on. Joy said, nope, can't hear. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is close it out, reopen it. I really hate that I have to do this. Restream really wasn't any better though. But StreamYard needs to get their shit together, because I had to do this like the last 2 lives, and I don't like having to do this. I'm gonna have to find a different multi-stream platform, because yeah, this should not be continuing to happen. Hold on. Okay, let me reshare the screen, because that really sucks, but I need you guys to hear it. I have also enabled the captions. That way, you guys, if for whatever reason the audio does go out, you can see it. I'm going to play it now. Let me know if you can hear it now.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So obviously you've done a couple of interviews over the past, I believe, 2 weeks. The interview with Jaguar Wright was how long ago?
So the way it started is I did an interview with Tisa Tells, and then went from Tisa Tells to Jaguar Wright, Real Life Productions, and then I did Tasha K. And Tasha K and we got into like a really strange argument, and she cut off the stream.
Oh, that's not surprising that you got into an argument with TK Opioid, because that seems to be her expertise on YouTube, as she argues with all of her viewers and the people that she interviews. Can you guys hear it in the chat? Can you drop a 7 if you can hear it? Drop an 8 if you can't. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. See, I started watching TK Opioid a couple of years ago because she would have a lot of good information on people. But the more she would get drunk on her lives, the less I liked her. And then I just noticed that very low vibrational, argumentative energy all the time. Like, she gets drunk and she goes on these super alcohol-induced rants with her actual guest. Like, how do you invite people to your channel to interview them, and then during the interview, you start arguments, and then you either run them off your channel or you leave, just like how she gaslit Storm. That's why I chose to take that clip. And that was how I found out about Conscious TV. Shout out to Conscious. Was because I was looking for information between the beef with her and Storm, and I edited that clip and put it on my channel. And a lot of people are still commenting on that, like, damn, she really gaslit the fuck out of Storm. That's what she's known for. She's gotten, and I hate to say it, she has become unfortunately successful off of very low vibrational energy and arguing with all of her viewers, arguing with all of her people she interviews. And TK Opioid, get clean, my love. Therapy is a beautiful thing, and so is rehab. I feel that you need some rehab for your alcohol abuse, and you definitely need rehab for the opioids that people who have actually been around you claim you have been on. See, I have to say allegedly because I haven't been around you, but people who have actually been around you in real life have all said the same thing, that you be smashing mad opioids. I hope you heal from that, my love, because it's not a good look for you.
And then I did The Truth Is, and now here I am with you.
So wait, I didn't know you did one with Tasha K. Did the interview ever come out?
No, she cut it off.
How long ago was that?
Like right after the Jaguar, right? Because she has a beef with Jaguar, right?
Oh, now the plot thickens. I don't know how I knew he was about to say that. I knew he was about to say that. As soon as he said she cut it off, I was like, she cut it off because of Jaguar. Because her and Jaguar have beef. And I don't really know the full foundation of their beef, but what I know is that Tasha K stayed talking shit about Jaguar on her channel, which is why I will not go. I cannot go support her channel by giving her views to watch any of her content. Because she has talked shit about, let's see, Tisa Tell. She's talked shit about Claudia Jordan. She's talked shit about Jaguar Wright. She's talked shit about Tokyo Tony, which a little bit is warranted because she's a little out there. She talks shit about Storm Monroe. She talks shit about Armand Wiggins. I mean, who hasn't TK Opioid talk shit about? So it would make sense that after Jonathan Hay did the interview with Jaguar, that TK Opioid would take down the interview she did with Jonathan Hay. And now, from what I'm seeing, she's constantly putting out negative videos about Jaguar. And I believe TK Opioid is a part of the crew. What is it that I can't, what the fuck is it? Because I saw it on Jag's Live. I think it's called I Can't, some website these dumbass bitches created to steal. Like, this is how miserable these people are. And I just, when I talked with her moderator about it, I was like, bro, this is nuts, bro. I can see why y'all are protective, because who the fuck has the time? That's what I want to know. Number one, how do you have the time, TK Opioid? How do y'all bitches have the time to sit and watch Jaguar's content, screen record it, upload it to your website, create fake YouTube pages, and from what I was told, it's literally 11 of them, from 50 to 100 different, YouTube channels, which that's completely psychotic, steal her content, and then send copyright strikes to her channel. I mean, do you understand how much of a life you don't have to do that shit? You understand how psychologically disturbed one has to be to go to such great lengths to try to destroy the only person who has publicly come out against these predators and who has had people actually corroborate her story to say, yes, she rescued me from these parties. Yes, she rescued me from being trafficked. Yes, she rescued me from being sexually abused. But TK Opioid, how many victims have you rescued? And all these hoes that are, you know, in alignment with you. I just, you know, I'd love for TK Opioid to answer that. How many victims have you rescued? And then apparently it's Jag's fiance's ex that's the ringleader, because I've seen her pop up in Jaguar's live in the chat several times. I'm like, wow, I put in capital letters, she's a psycho. Do you have that much time? You don't have anything else going on in your life? And here's the thing, you know, you dumbass hoes don't realize is that what you give your focus to, you give your power to. So as much as you might be hating on Jaguar, a true alchemist will take that hate and transmute it into power, as we have seen she do. So TK Opioid, for you to come against Jaguar, for you to come against Jonathan Hay, people who are and have risked their lives to speak their truth, to help bring awareness, to help rescue people, to help victims not be afraid to come forward. You should be very cautious of how you speak on The Chosen. I'm going to leave you there, TK Opioid, because see, as I've said in people's lives and in the chats, the ancestors know who is chosen and they know who is not. And the high vibrationals are always spiritually protected, but the low vibrationals are not. So it would behoove you. The Bible says, woe unto them that offend even the least of mine. Quite sure that Jonathan Hay, Jaguar Wright, myself, and others that are the chosen are not the least. But people in such a low vibration like yours and the exes and all the hating ass women, y'all are definitely in a very low place. So the only thing that you can manifest is a low vibrational energy. And it says a lot for your audience of followers that are following your alcoholic induced low vibrational energy. See, I would rather build my platform based on being real as opposed to going to great lengths to destroy people who are actually trying to help those victims. So yeah, I'm not surprised at all by what Jonathan Hay is saying. Once I saw the way that TK Opioid, quote unquote, mentored Storm and then went to such great lengths to call herself destroying him, how the tables have turned. Because as you have fallen into extreme debt from the Cardi B, lawsuit that was won against you, Storm has actually risen. Funny how God works. Yeah. It's just very ironic, Oh, TK Opioid, I need you to just heal because you're pathetic. And so is everyone else with you that are going. 5011, I can't get that out my mind. When Jack's moderator said, yeah, they literally created 52100 fake YouTube channels. How do you even get access to that? You know that you have to create different emails to do that. Who does that? How do you have that many different IP addresses? Are you stealing people's IP addresses to create all of these fake accounts? TK Opioid and crew. That's what I'm going to start calling y'all. TK Opioid. And what's the name of the website? Oh, I forgot just that quick because it's not even that relevant. I can't. So we'll call you TK Opioid and the I Can't crew. All of you hoes got that much time on your hands? Most people that are building empires don't have that much time on their hands to go to such great lengths to try to destroy other people. I'm just saying, get your life.
I wasn't gonna let her, I wasn't gonna let her just say anything about Jaguar, right?
Exactly. And again, shout out to Jonathan Hay. Because that's what a real one does. I understand Jaguar's not perfect. I had a lot of people in my comments talking shit. I get it. None of us are perfect. But can you guys honestly say that you've seen any of these other artists, and damn sure not any rappers, out here trying to rescue victims and trying to help them? Do you see any of these other artists actually trying to advocate to help the victims? If the answer to that is no, once again, stop looking and focusing so much on the delivery. Get the message. And bringing up her past and other people's past, let me tell you something. If you're still living in someone's past, you're definitely not living in their present. And it doesn't matter at this point. There are people that are still being trafficked. There are people that are still being sexually abused, whose voices have not been heard, who don't have anyone to speak up for them, even in the churches I come from. That's why I'm the whistleblower and the mouthpiece for them. So instead of y'all attacking, and it says everything about the energy that you and the influence you guys are under to keep attacking her, you're definitely being influenced by demonic forces. Because again, demons exploit our vulnerabilities. Why are the victims not the focus? Can one of y'all, TK Opioid and crew, can y'all answer me this? Why aren't you focused on helping the victims of the Diddler and the Jay-Z's and all the other elite alleged predators? Why aren't you helping? That's my question to y'all. Before you keep talking shit about those who are, what are you doing to be an advocate to help rescue, bring awareness, to expose so that people will not fear coming forward? The more these artists and these people who have worked closely with these elite predators come forward, the more courage it will give those who are still in bondage. Period.
Respectful, of course, but it was just weird. And she has all those lawsuits and just wasn't right. I was very standoffish. I really didn't want to do it anyways, but they kept pressuring me to do it. And I was just like, okay. And then it got really wrong.
Okay, so I didn't know that, man. But much like then, so I saw you on Truth Is. I've been following his channel for quite some time. And for all of you who are watching this episode, please go and check out Truth Is channel. Probably my favorite channel on YouTube. I just love the stuff that he exposes and talks about. Whether people choose to believe all of it or not, I just love his intentions behind it as a believer. So I think I want to do kind of like how he did it as well, which I want to start from the beginning, tell people who you are. And a lot of people understand you've been industry publicist, but kind of talk about what a publicist is, what your job was or is, and how you got into it.
So I became a publicist by luck, by chance. It was never something that I ever, even thought about, because I came up, in the 90s. Mm-hmm. And I was like more interested in being in a Christian rap group with my childhood friend. And I've never even said that publicly. But anyway, so I would like produce beats, make like little 4 tracks on a Tascam, and he would rap. So after high school, he went to the Navy, and then I started going to college at Jefferson Community College and also Louisville Business School. I was doubling up going to both. And while I was there, I somehow found a studio on South 5th Street called Studio 550. And I went into the studio, and it just changed everything. So I was like making bigger beats there. I was working with, rap artists, and my family didn't know that I was going downtown so much and doing like hip hop, because they didn't see hip hop as anything positive, right? Because I grew up in the South. It's a lot better now than what it was. And it was a lot better then than what it was before then, right? But still there was that, my family wasn't really supportive of rap music or anything like that, because they felt the content was vulgar. But I was more into like Public Enemy, X-Clan, stuff like that. More of the positive, hip hop, like Eric B. and Rakim, who are my heroes. And they heard like the bravado, and they probably took it as negative, but it wasn't. Like Public Enemy is one of the most positive groups of all time to me. So I grew up on that. It was a constant rebellion. And, when you're a child, the more your parents tell you not to do something, the more you're going to do it. So I got more submersed, into the hip hop and into the hip hop culture.
It's so funny that he says that because me growing up being a preacher's kid, definitely used to listen to Public Enemy. Like I said, my parents didn't even know the music I was listening to because once I got a hold of headphones, they couldn't hear it. But yeah, Public Enemy was definitely one of the hip hop groups I loved listening to as a teenager.
So I'm doing these tracks, and then I meet this man named Gary Meeks, and he was my mentor, and he was the father of Travis Meeks, who's the lead singer of Days of the New. And we had a major record deal with Interscope and Geffen in '97. And the record that Days of the New did was spent 17 weeks #1, and Days of the New started to tour with like Metallica, Aerosmith, like all like the big rock bands. And so that's how I came into it. And it was like, I didn't even know what a publicist was. I think it was the lead singer who put it on me. He was like, you should be a publicist. And I was like, oh, that sounds cool. You know, that's what I'll be. And then that's what I became. And then I learned it. We failed miserably, like, you know, because we were so young. So we like lost our studio, lost our tour bus, lost everything. Like we had a 25,000 square foot building, and I walked to that studio one day, and there was yellow tape around it, and it was seized because we didn't pay our taxes, right? And we didn't even know that we had taxes because our accountant had fired us. Like we were just thrown into all this kind of money, and we had no direction whatsoever, right? So it's good now. That's changed a lot in the industry, because back then they would just throw you a lot of money and kind of just leave you there to hang. But now it seems like, you know, with the internet and, you know, you can Google everything and find knowledge. Seems like people are making better investments and stuff like that. So that's how I became a publicist. And then when I was out on the road with Days of the New, I met Kevin Skinner. And Kevin Skinner, it was funny, on the Truth Is channel, he flashed a picture of Kevin Skinner when I said that. And it was like a white acoustic guitar player. That wasn't Kevin Skinner. Kevin Skinner was Whitney Houston's manager. It was funny. Someone said that. They're like, that doesn't look like Kevin. But anyways, he has a real controversial past with Whitney Houston that you can just Google Kevin Skinner and Whitney Houston and see their history. But he introduced me to John Houston, and I started working for John Houston Entertainment. And at that point, it was like, that's when my career was like off to the racehorses. So she had a big publicist. Like her publicist was named Nancy Seltzer, but I was the publicist for John Houston. And Whitney just related to me more, I guess, because Nancy was very industry and I was more like raw and really had no business working with an icon like that. Didn't know what I was doing. I don't know. I think she appreciated that. But I learned to sharpen my sword through John Houston and Kevin Skinner, right? That's when I started to really develop my craft.
So when you talk about developing your sword and becoming like sharper at what it is that you did, because I think it's very important before we delve into a lot of the things that a lot of people are really here to listen for. As a publicist, your day-to-day involves you doing what?
So back then it was a little bit different, and I'll tell you then and I'll tell you now. Back then it was create press releases, create the narrative. She has an album drop or a single drop or a video drop or a commercial or a tour. You know, you would issue the press releases out to the public. And a lot of people think that when you see PR Newsweb and PR Newswire and we're going to issue a press release and the world is going to see it. And really, that's not what it's supposed to be. Like a press release is more to be like what the back end sees. Like it's a press release, not a public release, technically. So, you know, you would craft like the narrative, you would send it to, you know, the major publications, and then the publications, you know, would write the tour, you know, whatnot. You would send albums out in advance so people could review them. You would set up the press day for the artists. Then when they go on tour for each key market, you would set up the press in each key market. So it was just constantly like, you know, phone, and that's it. And nowadays it's all social media. The need for publicists aren't really as much as what they were, because you can go to that artist's social media, you can go to their website and you're going to find the email address and you can reach out to them direct. So the publicist was like the go-between the artists for the media. Nowadays, artists are posting up their own quotes and their own stuff. They don't need to get it from a publicist. They get it directly from the artist. That's why like Twitter is great for that, which is now X. That's why you see someone issued a statement on Twitter most of the time, because you can tell by the language, by the way that they type, that's coming directly from, you know, the artist or the celebrity or the actor or the actress, whatever. You know, it's not really crafted by a PR person. The artists are just doing themselves.
So there's less of a space for publicists today as opposed to 20 years ago.
Correct.
Of course.
Okay.
But I think that needs to change, because you see somebody like Donald Trump, it's like, bro, what are you doing like with this message?
Yeah, his dumbass definitely needs, he has needed a publicist for a long time, because I just don't understand. I've never understood with his campaign, why doesn't someone take control of his presence on social media? I mean, yeah, that's a whole nother life. I just, when it comes to him, the way he ignorantly and consistently, blatantly says things that are meant to trigger people, like, just because you have direct access to social media, why doesn't anyone who is a part of his campaign step in and say, hey, let me be your public relations assistant and I will post on your behalf? I mean, you would honestly think that an actual president of the United States would not get on social media with what's, in my opinion, very psychotic rants, especially disparaging rants towards minorities and the LGBTQIA community. You know, it's my opinion that either candidate would have ruined this country, quite honestly. But now we're stuck with the one that just, he constantly says crazy things like gay and transgender people shouldn't have rights, and how he wants to do a mass deportation. Well, sir, you're going to have to start with your mail order bride, okay? Yeah, let's start with mail order bride there, who was a former corn star. And then let's see how much more rants you have to say on social media.
Gene, that he gets across, like if he refined some of the stuff that he said, he could maybe be a great president, but it's like it seems like he needs a publicist. And I'm not dissing him. I don't want to talk politics or anything like that. I'm just saying, you see some of these publicists just really hurt themselves by what they're saying, impulsive without really thinking, and talking it over, because it is a brand and it is a business at the end of the day, which, you have a lot of staff, you have a lot of people on payroll, you have a lot of people to depend on you. So you just can't be saying stupid stuff out there, right? It's just, so the publicist need is still there, but you just have to, find the right fit. Because these new artists, I've noticed, I love to work with new artists, and they don't know how to get to the major blogs, the major publications, the major playlists and everything else. And luckily I have those relationships. So I still do it sometimes if something blows me away, but most of the time I don't, So I've made some good investments throughout my life where I don't really need to seek out to find work, and I'm good with where I'm at,
Yeah. And I'm happy to hear that for you. I am curious though. So how did you go from your time with working as a publicist for Whitney, and God rest her soul, and what's the next big name? Was it Rhianna? How did you go from one person to the next?
And there's a lot of misinformation out there about the Rhianna project, right? So hopefully, we can talk about this, because I talk about it constantly. It always gets misconstrued. So when I was working with John Huston Entertainment, I was hired by the producer, one of the producers of the songs. At first, I never met her. I never knew her. She was just like an unsigned artist that the world didn't even know yet. So that's what I did. So the producer hired me, and he asked me to craft a press release. And I crafted and I wrote the first press release for Ponda Replay, and we put it out, and we started working the record. I was a publicist for the song, hired by the producer, because there's no reason why an unknown artist would even need a publicist at the time. Then it blows up and takes off. And she had an issue with the producer from that, because we did so well with that. I went to Hillary Duff, Angie Stone, and just kept going, through the roof. RZA, Wu-Tang Clan. I worked with Teddy Riley for a long time. Teddy Riley got me on Michael Jackson's last record after Michael Jackson had passed. And I've just been, doing it ever since.
Oh, wow. So you never actually met Rhianna in person, but you did.
I did.
Work. You
did. I did. But I did. No, while we were doing Ponde Replay, like in New York, like when it started to blow up, then I did. So because there's some statements that came out from Rihanna's camp that wasn't from her lawyer, that was from Beyonce's lawyer when the book dropped, when the Become a Beyonce book dropped in 2015. And everybody was calling me, Rihanna's publicist. And he didn't know anything that was like happening. Then the producer, who was like really embarrassed that information had came out in the book, everybody just kind of like blamed me and I fell on the sword. And then Rock Nation Tidal contacted me and they were like, we need you to handle this crisis. And, they kind of gave me the narrative of what to say. And that's what I did. And then that confused things even more with everybody. And then I never felt comfortable like all these years doing it because it's like, oh, you're the guy that made up, the lie to break Ponde Replay. So
also, I wanted to point this out. Jay-Z, hold on. Thank you, Joy. I'm glad you can hear it. Thank you for letting me know, my love. I just wanted to make sure with reloading that you guys can. Also with Ponde Replay and him, Jay-Z basically paying him and telling him to go online and say that he lied and made it up. It was also not only a way for Jay-Z to protect his image, and to take the heat off of what really, as people close to him said, was going on between him and Rhianna. But it was also a way for people to discredit Jonathan Hay going forward. Because because keeping in mind, like, it's way different now with social media. You don't actually really need a publicist. You can just promote your own content. But back then, a publicist was literally essentially your social media. It was the way that they got the word out about you, your music, your artists, everything. So if a publicist who was as well known as Jonathan Hay comes out in the media and says, hey, I lied about this, I made this up, then people are going to not believe him anymore. That's why even this young guy, who I can tell, again, hasn't been around long enough to fully understand who Jonathan Hay really is and who all these people he was connected to really are. Because even he said, well, because of the fact that he lied, I didn't believe him. See how just even a perfect stranger that doesn't know anything about him, off the rip, doesn't want to believe anything he has to say because, well, he publicly said this. But again, if someone paid you to go in the media, I would say go online, because back then it technically wasn't online, but to go on the news essentially and say, hey, tell him that you lied so I can protect my own ass. Jay-Z knew that even now people won't believe him. This young kid didn't even believe him. So you have to think about, if there was nothing going on between him and Rhianna, why did Jay-Z go to such great lengths to have this man try to retract what he said and cover it up, and then to basically, even to the detriment of losing his own credibility, go online and say, hey, I made this blah, blah, blah. A hit dog will holler, okay? If Jay-Z was innocent, all Jay-Z had to come out and say publicly himself was, hey, this never happened. I don't know what Jonathan Hay is talking about. Rhianna and I never had a relationship. And because of the way that people pretty much worship him, they probably would have believed him. But again, Jay-Z's very good at hiding his hand. I will give him that. Because just like with Jaguar has been speaking out against Jay-Z for at least the last 6 years, if not longer. I'm pretty sure, I know it's been longer than that. But definitely in these YouTube streets, the last 6 years. Instead of him directly having a conversation with Jaguar publicly, if indeed what he is claiming she's saying is not true, what has he done? He went for Piers Morgan. He's gone for real life street stars rather, not street wars. He's gone for every platform where they're getting a lot of views. But you have not come forward publicly and said yourself, Mr. Carter, that she's lying because you know, like the rest of us know, that she's not. So it seems like you have a history of trying to get those who know your real truth to be discredited. That's what I'm seeing a pattern of. I don't know if y'all can see it, DzPeepz, but in my opinion, he goes to great lengths to discredit those who have dirt on him. And if he's going to such great lengths to destroy the credibility of the people who have been around him, that have seen, because like Jonathan Hayes said, he's been on tour with Jay-Z. So he's actually seen, according to Jonathan Hay, he has seen Jay-Z with transgender, technically not even transgender because they still had their male parts, but what would be considered drag, men that like to dress in drag, or men who, do get the implants, but still, the chicks with dicks, basically. And the things that Jaguar knows. That's why everybody keeps saying, why doesn't Jay-Z sue Jaguar? Because he knows he can't. Can't really sue somebody who has actual evidence. Now you could sue someone who doesn't, but the people that actually have evidence, footage, proof, receipts, can't really sue them.
So that's what I've been at.
Because defamation cannot be considered when it comes to real knowledge and proof of what these people are saying. I just wanted to say that.
You're trying to set the record straight, so to speak.
So I think that's a great transition, setting the record straight. But you said yourself that you started a rumor about, I believe, Jay-Z and Rhianna. And I think that's a great time to transition because you have made a lot of claims and said a lot of things over the past couple of weeks that many people would say are extremely controversial. You've gotten a lot of mixed reactions. In the video that I did for it, is sitting at about 450,000 views in 3 days. Much bigger reason why people believe that it's clout chasing is because you're documented coming out yourself and admitting that you've lied on celebrities before. So my question to you is, what is your response to those people? And how do people even know to believe some of the things that you've been saying, if not all of them?
So that's another thing about a publicist is you're supposed to fall on the sword. You're supposed to clear up and say stuff like, oh, the Twitter was hacked. And, you're supposed to, part of the publicist's job is to, clear up the media stuff and even take blames for things that you didn't do. So honestly, that's stuff that's happened like that. That's been part of my job because, I'll protect my clients at all costs was like my whole stance back then. But now it's crazy as I've grown up. And you got to think, when I was doing that, I was in my 20s, right? So, and I'm hungry and I'm trying to, get on myself and I'm doing whatever it takes and I'm compromising all over the place, and I'm just not thinking about long-term at all. I'm thinking about, making it and going further in my career. So that's why if your client says, hey, we need you to do this or say this, that's what I would do, pretty much.
I see. Even if it was true or not.
Well, yeah, if you're protecting the client, correct.
I see. And one thing we didn't talk about.
So basically, is you're telling their truth, and that's one of the reasons why I got out of it, because it's almost like you're a criminal defense lawyer. You know that you're representing a criminal, but for whatever reason, you're doing your job. That was like my job, to do that kind of stuff, especially when it's like high profile thing.
You hear what he said? You're representing a criminal. That's pretty fucked up. That's pretty fucked up. And what's crazy is how many others in the industry have had to do this, where they think they're doing a job, they end up finding out all the corruption that's going on behind closed doors. And like Jaguar said in the interview she did with Jonathan Hay, she said all of this drama and turmoil just and industry PTSD just for you going to work. I really don't believe that people who, especially people who like Jonathan, who are just publicists and producers, I don't think they enter the industry knowing and or expecting for people to be corrupt and then to try to drag them into their corruption and or threaten them and or like what Jay-Z and them allegedly did, paid him, to basically publicly cause himself to lose all credibility simply to hide an inappropriate relationship. Because again, it might be acceptable in other countries and cultures, but in America, it's not acceptable for an adult male to be engaging in a sexual relationship with a minor female or male, a minor, period. So I know that this part of the interview may not be as exciting. He is going to get to the proof about Jay-Z, Drake, DJ Khaled, and Diddy all having these down low sexual relationships, because he talked about it on other interviews. And there's another one that I previously watched that I couldn't find in my history, so I'll research it again, because he goes into detail about the noises he heard when they were at the studio and these men were down in the basement having a full-on satanic orgy. And again, there's a difference between consensual sex, amongst the same sex involving love. It's another thing when you're committing sodomy to appease a deity. That is literally sexual abuse and satanic ritual abuse, and they're doing the abuse to appease those low vibrational deities, to appease those satanic deities and Baphomet and all these other, gods that they worship and serve. That alone is what makes it a sin, not the act of sex between consenting adults. I need people to be very clear on the difference there. Because those are the same people that want to come for the LGBTQIA community and bash them. No, love is love, but sodomy is not, ever.
Things like that. And honestly, the money that is made, to do that is crazy. So, do you see the dates down here? 4/27, 2005.
Yes.
05. So, this is Jennifer Vineyard. And at the time, she works for MTV. Okay. And this is 10th, 2005. She says, "What's Jay-Z's newest venture?" I says, which is a story. This is a pitch to her, to MTV. On the Houston book, but I have all the info soon. In the meantime, I have something hotter, which is a press story from the inside of Jay-Z's newest venture. Producer, hot stuff. I want to email you first if you're interested. That's from March 15th, 2005. And then she says, "What's Jay-Z's newest venture?" And then the next one, the press release is attached. "Let me know when you run it. Please include Veda Nobles." That's the producer. And then right here is Rhianna's very first press release for Pon de Replay. And this is March 16th, 2005, right? And it talks about Veda Nobles being the producer.
I'm so glad he showed this shit, bro, because now it's going to shut down all the non-believers and all the people that said he was a liar. That was why I wanted to review this interview and actually let my viewers see it, because when there's documented proof, you can't call him a liar anymore.
Noble's current undertaking is Def Jam Family News. It talks about that meeting that we've all talked about. She got a deal. So then flash forward, let me know when you run with it. Then I'm following up. Did you get press release? Is MTV interested in it? If not, let me know ASAP. This is still Jennifer Vineyard from MTV. And then she says, "We'll know tomorrow after our meeting." And then thanks, let me know tomorrow. She says, "We're doing an item today." And this was the first time that Rhianna got any press release, March 16th. And then she sent me this message. She says, "Sorry, it's small, but on a widely read page, just got swamped with MJ trial and Little Kim verdict today." And this was her first story, right, in 2005, but it's so old that it is now like down, right? Because it's just, you know, so old and they don't archive it. The first time Rihanna was featured in the press was through this press release that we did with Jennifer Vineyard, MTV, right? So that's that out of the way so you can see, you know, that it is real.
So to shut down all of the hating ass liars that said he was not Rihanna's publicist and he didn't do anything in the music industry, he just showed you guys actual receipts of what he did in the music industry. And I hope Jonathan Hay continues to do this, because I really get tired of people, like I said, coming for those who are trying to expose this shit, who aren't afraid, in an effort to get it to stop. And even when Jaguar did the interview with Sean Atwood the other day, there are people in the comments, like in the chat, talking about, oh, she's lying. Why hasn't she produced receipts? She has. And now those same people that we're talking about, and she interviewed that liar, Jonathan Hay, don't look like he's lying now, stupid motherfuckers. He's showing all kinds of proof right here on this interview. This is the exact reason why I chose this one to interview tonight. Because I was like, this all lines up with every single interview that he's done on YouTube. Unlike Courtney Burgess, aka Uncle Ruckus looking ass, who has not been consistent, not once, on any of the interviews he's done. He's lied on damn near every interview. He's had inconsistent stories on every single interview he's done on the tube. Jonathan Hay's story has been consistent no matter who he's interviewed with. That lets you know he's telling the truth.
You know?
Got it. 2005 is a long time ago. That's crazy. That's dope that you held on to those.
Exactly.
But let me ask you too. I want to give you an opportunity before I forget to ask you. A lot of people, they're a bit confused before we even get into like your time working for other people. They're a bit confused as to why you're coming out and saying a lot of the things that you're saying, why you're comfortable doing it on camera, which you talked about that in another interview, but I want to give you an opportunity to say it again. Why you're so comfortable saying these things on camera. And if some of these things, or if any of these things are true that you're saying about, you know, the claims that you've made, why would you have, in particular about Drake, why would you have this poster of him on your wall? That's what myself and a lot of people are asking about.
So a lot of people are asking me about that, right? It's simple. The image behind me of Drake, which I blurred out now, is from the album Scorpion. And that's the Scorpion album cover. And on the Scorpion album is the song Sandra's Rose. And Sandra's Rose is a song where he mentions Louisville and gunners and strip clubs and casinos and Louisville hush money. And so when someone pointed it out after the Jaguar Wright interview, I thought, wow, that's really deep. I never looked at it like that. I never even thought about that. So I put the Drake thing behind me as a reminder. I put it on my wall as a reminder of Scorpion and a reminder of that song. And every time that I was doing interviews, that would be there, because my plight in all this is not for clout. I've had clout. I've had success at the highest level. My plight is for justice, right? And if he was involved, which I don't think he was, right? A lot of people do, but 3 people went to prison and they pled guilty to kidnapping and robbery charges.
And see, this interview where he said he didn't think Drake was involved, I need the actual date. Because this was definitely before the interview he did on Too Strong's YouTube channel, shout out to Too Strong, and before he did the interview on the Truth Network. So yeah, this was September 28th. So this was almost 2 months ago. The one that we reviewed last night off of Too Strong's channel, that was just 3 weeks ago. That's why I said it all ties in together. And I wish I would have known about this interview before, because I would have reviewed this one before the interview I'd reviewed that he did with Jaguar Wright on Real Life Productions, because this was the very first one. And he really didn't believe Drake had anything to do with it. That's why even on the interview where Jaguar was like she was basically saying it without saying it by asking him them questions, I could even see how it made him start to think like, well, damn, shit, maybe he did have something to do with it, because she was asking him, like, what project were you working on? And what was it? And he even broke down how basically, according to Jonathan Hay, Drake and his baby mom, Sophie, kind of put him in the middle of their personal issues, even though he was professionally working with them both, which can happen when you form a close bond with someone. And I seen it, like his moment of clarity during that interview with Jaguar, where he was like, well, damn, I could see the wheel turning, basically. And so when it came to the interview after that, which was on the Truth Network, that's when even the guy on the Truth Network was like, well, do you think Drake was involved? He was like, I'm not sure, but he could have been. But that very last one he did on Too Strong, which was just 3 weeks ago, so more towards the end of October, which was a whole month after this one, he was like, well, yeah, because he found out that Drake was paying for his ex-fiance's lawyer. And he found out that the man that his ex-fiance was dating was the main guy that, orchestrated the home invasion robbery. He was like, I found out she was dating the main guy. So, I mean, it's kind of clear as day that Drake definitely had some sort of involvement if he was paying for the attorney that his ex-fiance used to sue him. Because again, Jonathan Hay was still in shock. And I'm saying what he has said, he said on the interview, I was still in shock from the home invasion robbery. And I went on Facebook and I talked about it. And I talked about her and how I felt she may have been involved. Because again, they had a safe in their house when they were together. Only she and he knew where it was. Only he and she knew the exact amount in the safe. So it was like, it went from this energy of, I don't think he was, to the Truth, Network, maybe he was, and definitely, after the interview with Jaguar, maybe he was, to straight up, yeah, I do believe he was involved, which is why he's now pursuing criminal charges against not only the woman, but Drake himself. Because he's like, for you to go that far, which that's what I said, you got to be an evil motherfucker to do some shit like that. I mean, for real, that's diabolical as hell. To just like straight up set up a dude simply because that man co-signed what your baby mom put out there, Drake. And again, Mr. I was ashamed for people to know that, my baby mom was a former porn star and, and a stripper and I got her pregnant after only, meeting up with her twice. Well, again, you're the dumbass that decided to shoot up the club and go up in her raw after only knowing her twice. So I just really don't have any respect for Drake whatsoever. But all this stuff is now lining up chronologically, and it's all making complete and perfect sense to me. And it is my opinion, once again, it is my opinion that, yeah, Drake definitely was behind all of this. And that's my opinion.
That's why it's there. It's like, it's something to look at. It's not for anything else other than that. It's for me as a reminder of Scorpion. And it's like almost like a to-do list. I'm a visual person. Let's think about that. Let's look into that. Let's attack that. Let's figure out what that is. And really, I don't know why people would even be concerned about.
Hold on. I just seen some comments. Andrew, thanks so much for tuning in again tonight. He said, the thing is, the media from back in the day is so much different than how things are now. Exactly. He said, if Jay sued her, then even more stuff would come out. So that's why he won't do that. Exactly. That's what I've been saying. And that's why they won't. And even Jaguar had said to Courtney during the interview, the interview where Courtney was terribly acting like he was humble. She was saying it, to him, how did they skip over me and Gene and come to you? Well, because Courtney, in my opinion, was a plant set up by Todd to come to y'all with the bullshit. Literally set up by Chris Todd to come to y'all with the bullshit. Jay-Z, Diddy, Drake, Rick Ross, DJ Khaled, all these people in the industry know that if they sue her, she's spilling everything. Just like with Gene Deal. Why do y'all think, and when people keep jumping in the chat comments, why haven't they sued you? Think about it. If they do, it's going to end them. They won't have a fan base. They won't have a following. All their profits will go. Look at Diddy. This nigga is selling his property because he's going broke for all those mortgages and all those properties where he held these free costs. This motherfucker is renting out his private jet and trying to sell it. All because Cassie finally had the courage to come forward and buy. And this is why it's so important, y'all, for us to be covering these stories. By one person coming forward, it led to over 100 other victims feeling comfortable enough to come forward. And I don't believe that all these victims are coming forward because they want money. They want justice. And really, no amount of money can repay the trauma that they have to live with for the rest of their lives and try to recover from. Just like with me, if I really wanted to sue the people from my past that sexually abused me, I could, but I don't. I just want justice. And justice for me is someone hearing my story and feeling like, okay, Dee shared what happened to her. Now I feel comfortable coming forward and sharing what happened to me. That's it. So, it says a lot, once again, that Jonathan Hay and Jaguar Wright and these people are coming forward. Natanya, coming forward, sharing her story, that she 1000% believes it was Diddy that shot her in the face. These people aren't after, and like Diddy Lord keeps saying, oh, they're just all money hungry and this is just a quick money grab. No, sir. Your client is being held accountable for the fuckery he's gotten away with for decades. He deserves to be right where the fuck he's at. So does every other fucking predator who has projected sexual and physical, mental and emotional and financial abuse on the people. Every one of y'all deserve to be locked up. And I believe every one of y'all will get locked up. One way or the other, you gonna pay. I keep hearing Riley Freeman on the Boondocks. You gonna pay what you owe. But like dead ass for real, you gonna pay for the shit you did. God is not gonna let y'all get away with this. None of y'all. Jay-Z neither. All the people that keep saying he's too big. He ain't bigger than God. Y'all really think all his Luciferian connections are going to protect him? Do you know that God rules over all? As above, so below. You think that the Most High can't bring these quote unquote giants down? Why do y'all keep thinking I keep saying Babylon is falling and London Bridge is falling? Why do y'all think Cat Williams said at the beginning of the year, 2024 is going to be the year where a lot of lies are going to be revealed? These people in this industry know that this shit has been going on, and those that are chosen knew this shit was happening. And I 1000% believe Cat Williams, another one that's chosen, because they have worked overtime on trying to take away that man's credibility and making him out to be crazy. You know how many times they've had him in the media for being locked up for mental illness, locked up for being a drug addict? Very same things people keep saying about Jaguar Wright. The only person who was signed to Jay-Z, close enough to him to fully know and been in meetings and been a part of this industry to know what's been going on. And so has Jonathan Hay. Jonathan Hay has been on tour with Jay-Z, with Drake, Diddy, and all of them. So, this whole narrative that all these people are lying, I want the very people saying that to stop and think for a quick second, logically thinking, do you really think all these victims are lying? With all this evidence that's been presented, why do you think Diddy got locked up? Because there was enough evidence to lock him up. We have 1,000 bottles of GHB and ketamine disguised as baby oil and lube. It was confirmed that that was what was in that shit, in addition to the bottles of wine and perfume even. Why do you think the Diddler had so many of his employees stocking the houses and the hotels where these things went on? And so arrogantly and stupidly recorded the things that went on. So he created his own evidence that is being used against him. Do you understand how arrogant and dumb you have to be to do that? It's bad enough that he did the crimes, but then you recorded them? What a dumbass. Literally, he is like the dumbest criminal I've ever heard of.
Why the Scorpion album cover is on the wall,
Well, I think it was just a matter of, if you're saying or entertaining the idea that a person, whether they're famous or not, had something to do with your livelihood, something as serious as a home invasion, despite what the accolades or the accomplishments may be associated with that person or that project, why would you have them on your wall? And my question for you is, because I understood from your Truth Is interview that you didn't necessarily believe that Drake was behind it. Truth Is said that he does believe that Drake may have had something to do with it. But I do want to ask you, why would Drake, and is it a coincidence that the lyrics to that record just so happened to coincidentally align almost down to a T to the situation that happened to you?
For the same reason that Drake put in his lyrics and did a whole video about XXXTentacion squashing him right after he was unalived. Because again, the Bible says pride goes before destruction and a haughty spirit before a fall. These motherfuckers have been operating under the spirits of ego and pride, Luciferian energy. Do as thou wilt. Do whatever you want. You're your own God. No one can bring you down. But they keep forgetting there's an ultimate high vibrational being, the Most High, God. You're not bigger than them. So it just is like when you operate in the energy of ego and pride, you don't think that you can be held accountable. You do think that you're bigger than the law, but there's no one bigger than the law of the Most High. Not Nan. So Drake, being an arrogant, egotistical, prideful dumbass, I wonder if, well, no, because Boondocks came out before he got popular. Because there was a rapper in Boondocks that they talked about. They said, oh, this rapper always strategically snitches on himself through his lyrics and his music. Drake, you pretty much fit the bill of Gangstalicious. And now people have speculated that that's 50 Cent. People have speculated that it's Young Thug. People have speculated that it's Diddy. I absolutely believe it's a mixture of all these rappers in one. But yeah, only an arrogant, egotistical, dumbass motherfucker would put stuff in their lyrics like what he did, talking about hush money for Louisville, took him to the strip. Why don't you just go to the police and make a full-on confession, Drake? I mean, because, you know, snitching on yourself. That's what Huey said. Huey Freeman in the Boondocks. He said rappers in the industry have a very weird habit of snitching on themselves through their music. Drake, you definitely fit the bill for that.
Yeah, it's strange. It's really strange. And it's something that, you know, I'm processing and thinking about and, you know, try to figure it out, you know, and it's just like, if I have the album cover back there, people can, you know, look and
I think that Jonathan Hayes did not want to believe that Drake was behind it because of how close he was to Drake and Sophie. And even though this guy is saying, well, why would you have a picture behind him? I kind of, in my deep Scorpio mind, I was thinking, Jonathan Hayes has that picture up to remind him of the betrayal. Because like he said, when he looks at that picture, he sees the lyrics in that Scorpion song about Louisville hush money. I think it's a reminder to him of what Drake did in that betrayal. At least that's how I would look at it. But I also, as a Scorpio, because again, once I'm done with a person, I erase everything from you. I damn sure wouldn't have no picture of him up in my office and or home. But like you said, well, I honestly didn't believe he had anything to do with it. So to him, if he believed Drake didn't have anything to do with it, why would he get rid of, you know, that photo of him from that album? But I still think it's deeper than that. I do.
See the song Sanders Rose, and the more people we touch, the more people that we're going to get to look into it, and then maybe that can, you know, lead to some justice if that were what happened. Jaguar Wright also believes it. She's the one who told me, and she said that, you know, shout out to Jaguar Wright. She's the one who told me that she found my information on the dark web about that. And so without her really even knowing what happened, she's the one who told me that, like a person. But that, you know, that's what she told me. And everything that she's ever told me has been 100% spot on.
Wow. My next question for you is going to be, why would, or you talk about a show that you did called One Shot or something, like One Mic or something. If you could talk a little bit about that And 2, talk a little bit about the work that you did for Drake and or Drake's baby mama, Sophia or Sophie, whatever her name is. Talk just a little.
Oh, bless his young heart, baby. Do your homework before you start asking questions. You should have known that her first name was Sophie. I'm just saying. Comment here, when Courtney first put out his stuff, he named out the ones in the video. Then right after, he stopped saying the names. I think they took it down. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Y'all, again, go. Okay, so DzPeepz, go on my YouTube channel and go and tab over to the community page. Matter of fact, let me just quickly show y'all real fast. Because I shared that interview that they did with Sean Atwood. When I tell you Courtney's energy was so different and so asshole-ish, it was insane. It was like he morphed personalities, basically, which, isn't surprising from someone who appears to potentially have some sort of mental illness. So yeah, this one on Sean Atwood's channel, shout out to Sean Atwood. Definitely go check out this interview, because y'all remember I reviewed the very first interview that Courtney did with Jaguar on Sean Atwood's channel. Then we reviewed part 2. And y'all remember part 1, he was extra zesty. He was extra froggy. He was extra combative and, very inconsistent and constantly talk. One thing I can say about Courtney that's consistent: he has consistently spoken in circles for every fucking interview that he has done on YouTube. Now, he has not kept his story consistent, but he has definitely consistently talked in circles, answered in circles, and evaded and avoided the question. But on this interview, when I tell you, I think he felt like, because since he didn't have to go before the grand jury, and he kind of got what he wanted, trying to get in with Jaguar and shit, his energy on this interview was the same. I ain't got to tell you nothing. I'm not finna answer anything. I don't want to be a part of this. I told my attorney, I don't want to be a witness. I want to be done with all this Diddy mess. Sir, Uncle Ruku lookalike Courtney Burgess, you have had evidence of the diddler sexually abusing people, and allegedly even including minors. And you have held on to it. From what I have researched myself, you received this evidence in 2008. That was 16 years ago. And your story has been so inconsistent, because you initially said, well, it was given to me by Kim Porter, and, I held on to it. Then the whole thing about the book, you held on to it. But like Jaguar Wright said, when she checked your ass in the first interview, no, you held on to it until it got monetized. And then you claim that your house got raided. And like Too Strong not only pointed out, but showed us the evidence of Courtney Burgess lying on his platform. You said your house got raided, but your own attorney said on mainstream media that you were never raided, that you received a subpoena to surrender the evidence because you were out in these YouTube streets bragging about how you had all these 5011, flash drives with evidence of the diddler performing sexual acts, including 8 celebrities. But just yesterday on Sean Atwood's channel, you said when you received the evidence, you threw it in the fireplace. So, sir, you are one of the worst liars I've ever heard, because you lie so much that you cannot keep up with your lives. And my very over-analytical, overthinking Scorpio brain remembers everything. I remember everything you've said on every single interview you've been on. Your stories have not been consistent in terms of who gave you the evidence and why didn't you surrender it, which that's considered a criminal act. That's why you were subpoenaed to appear before a grand jury. And then you said out of your own mouth, well, I pleaded the 5th and I told him I don't want to be a witness. But the interview that you were on with Jaguar Wright just a few days ago, you were begging and pleading with her to show you how to protect yourself. And, I don't have any beef with you, Jaguar. And, I'm learning from you. And, you and Gene are the most solid people out here on YouTube. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. You were playing a role and you were a terrible actor. And I said, yeah, I would not trust this motherfucker if I was Jaguar. I would not be extending or offering help to these people. Did I or did I not say that as we reviewed that second interview? Well, before she did the interview that was just on Sean Atwood's channel that I have shared here under my community page. Did I or did I not call bullshit on Courtney? I said, bro, he's pretending, and I hope Jaguar doesn't fall for it. And from what I can see, she didn't. Maybe she also was playing a role. You know what I mean? Because he wanted so bad. And she's like, if you're serious, reach out to me. I might have some people that can help you. All he wanted to do was find out who was in connection with Jaguar. Because if Courtney was serious about not beefing with her, he would not have come on this very interview with the same passive-aggressive bullshit-ass energy that he done the first one. Talking about, I don't have to answer nothing. And even Natanya said very calmly and very spiritually, sir, you're on a public forum. She said, no one has asked you to come on each one of these platforms and do interviews. You have chosen to do that, sir. So how can you logically say that you don't have to answer anyone when it's been by choice and for the purpose of clout, in my opinion, but it's definitely been by choice for him to do 11 interviews all in these YouTube streets so that he could get publicity. Because Courtney has not said one thing about any victims that he is trying to help. And he has spent a lot of time tearing Jaguar down, coming for her looks, when, nigga, you have the most unfortunate face I've ever seen. And yeah, Uncle Ruckus is not a handsome character on the Boondocks, but he is definitely an Uncle Tom. That's hilarious. It's giving Uncle Ruku, as he said, well, don't call me Uncle Ruckus, call me Uncle Ruku, as the French in France would say. It's giving zesty Uncle Ruku plant energy. And I genuinely believe you are a plant sent by Todd to come to Jaguar with the bullshit. When I say Todd, I don't mean Candy Bird's husband. I mean Chris Todd. It was a scheme set up by Todd to come to her with the bullshit. It was a scheme set up by Todd to come to the entire audience with the bullshit to try to take the heat off of Jay-Z. And y'all remember on every interview when Jaguar brought up Jay-Z and or Beyonce, the first thing out of Courtney Burke's mouth, I don't want to talk about Jay-Z and Beyonce. I don't want to talk about Jay-Z and Beyonce. I respect him. Oh, he made it very clear to let the public know who he's in alliance and allegiance with. Then all of the Masonic symbolism, the triangle and all the different Masonic hand gestures, and then lying on that second part 2 Sean Atwood interview saying, oh, it's just a habit, doesn't mean anything. And I don't work for Jay-Z and Beyonce, but you sure made it a point to say multiple times to shut Jaguar down and to say, I don't want to talk about them. And you made it a point during this very interview to say the same things again, sir. So, like I said, you're a very terrible liar. And the only thing you have been consistent in is evading the truth, avoiding the questions that we all want to know, and speaking in circles. So I don't know who gave you your media training, but it's absolutely terrible. And it's definitely giving guilty, 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 liar, liar, liar. And a very terrible one at that. Now, Andrew says, I think they feel safer with Diddy in jail. Of course they do, because all the focus is on him and not Jay-Z. If they did nothing, why are they all moving away? Thank you. Because there's a shit ton of celebrities. And have you guys noticed that every celebrity that's moving out the country were on the list for the Diddler's party, especially Paris Hilton? I just found some pictures tonight of Paris Hilton also sitting on his lap the same way Claudia Jordan was sitting on his lap and on her MySpace pictures. But that's for a whole nother live. because we will be talking about that as well. Miss, I never was with Diddy, but he called your phone 65 goddamn times from the jail. How the fuck he had your phone number if y'all was never dating, ma'am? Yeah, you're starting to look not credible as well.
A little bit about what that work included and how things ended up going left, if they went left.
So I got contacted by Sophie to handle her crisis situation with Drake. And it is something that really drew me into her project. Is I was adopted, right? So I didn't meet my biological mom until I was in my 40s. I still never met my biological father to this day. But, it's safe to say that, being adopted, I have, mommy issues, right? So when she was going through the situation that she went through, I just felt compelled to stick by her because nobody else was. And she was taking a beating socially and social media. All that stuff has been wiped. And people were calling her a porn star. And people were really attacking her character because they were claiming that she was with other rappers such as A$AP Rocky. So
I just want to point out to you guys, it was in fact, because I did the research on Sophie, it was in fact Drake who publicly said he didn't believe that their son was his son and that it was A$AP Rocky's son. And Drake himself kept saying that he didn't hide his son from the world. He hid the world from his son because he was ashamed that the mother of his child was a former porn star. I'll just say it. I know God is censorship, but I'm tired of using these other pseudonyms and other words. That the mother of his child was a porn star and a former stripper. He did not want that quote unquote shame attached to his name and brand. But yet again, you damn sure wasn't ashamed to walk in that strip club and find her, sir. So yeah, it was Drake that put out that image of her. Now, whether or not she actually is, I don't know, but I'll tell you what, when I started researching Sophie Brussau or Brussau, however you say her name, everything that I found on the internet all said she was a former porn star and a stripper. So either she actually was, or possibly Drake paid the media to put that out there. But either way, you wasn't afraid to lay with her and not wrap it up.
I came in as a child without his mother, and I saw how hard she was defending her son and what she was going through, which at first she thought was her daughter, right? And I just stuck up for her and I rocked with her, right? And then the home invasion happened and I was with my daughter and I was completely like manic and devastated and, was going through so much trauma myself and with my child. So I sent Drake like a lot of crazy, messages, that I can also show you. But because I was so deeply hurt by what had just happened with my mom. So Drake kind of with my daughter in the home invasion. So weirdly enough, Drake became like my punching bag because he wasn't doing right by Sophie at that time because he didn't know that this was his child. So, and he didn't believe it. Now, obviously, he believes that's his child. I went through 9 months of that.
Okay, let me just ask you though, because I already know the people in the comment are going across the world are going to ask this question if they see this video. When you use terminology like Drake became my punching bag, I'm sure you can understand how that just sounds ridiculous. And so one of the questions I have is, I think I know the answer to this, but it's important to ask you, do Drake actually know who you are? Has Drake ever responded to you and acknowledged that you have this affiliation with the mother of his child? And what was his reaction or responses to you, sort of reaching out to him and expressing how you felt that he was treating or maybe not treating the mother of his child? And if you want to show this evidence that you say that you have, please feel free to show these messages or whatever you have.
For sure. I'll show it to you after I answer your question.
Right.
So Drake definitely knows who I am, right? He got involved. So like when I told you that I was working with Sophie, then all of a sudden Future, his manager, contacts me, not Future the rapper, Future the Prince. So Future the Prince contacts me and he's like trying to mediate the situation. So then I started talking to Future the Prince every day. And then I started communicating with Drake every day. And then I, because I was trying to handle crisis because this woman was all by herself with the child growing inside her. I was, like I said, I was very passionate about that. and with the trauma that I had just, went through. So yeah, Drake definitely knows who I am. And, we spoke several times, and let me just show you this. This is Drake's lawyer, right? This is on June 7th, 2018. And this is the declaration. And you can read A right there, what that says, with Drake. So, and then there is
this something you actually signed?
this thing. Yeah. This is the hush money, right? This is where that hush money came into play. This is Drake's lawyer, and you can go forward. This is that. We don't want to show that information. This is me sending it to people, so there's a signed agreement from Drake. And then about 2 weeks later, Scorpion dropped, and he's talking about the Louisville hush money, right? So
interesting.
You saw those messages of what I need to destroy and everything, right? So obviously he knows who I am.
What is it called? One Shot, the television show.
One Shot.
Yeah, if you don't mind, just talking a little bit about that for people to understand just what it was, what role did you have, sort of the affiliations.
Let me show you this. All right. So contacted me about like DJ Khaled. Do you know if DJ Khaled received the package? John 3 went up, right, and that's 16. That's a Billboard premiere. DJ Khaled, people reaching out for an event that we had, so this is just to show you about, DJ Khaled was also a client. DJ Khaled feature on ebony.com. I'm a contributing writer for an interested in interviewing DJ Khaled and about him joining Beyonce's Formation tour. This is 2016, and DJ Khaled on BBC News. This is like for one of his like Snapchat things, right? So you see, that I was also, a publicist for DJ Khaled, This is the last one. This is from Wave 3 News, right? And it says Louisville music producer leaves BET One Shot to reunite with birth parents. This is like my birth, June 6, 2016. And you can find this link yourself. I'll send it over to you as well. Talks about me, obviously, leaving One Shot because it was so weird. Like, people talk about the Diddy freak-offs, the stuff that was taking place at One Shot, like Sway Calloway and DJ Khaled and RZA from the Wu-Tang Clan. And I booked them for like a Scratch magazine cover. And I worked for his company called Civil Rings, Rings and Partners Entertainment with Civil Rings. So to see the way that these guys behaved was absolutely the weirdest thing I've ever experienced. Like, I was upstairs. First of all, Khaled, RZA, Sway Calloway, we were all upstairs and we were working on music. And it was in this big like mansion. And somebody had said something about they were passing around coke, like on a plate. And RZA was like, "No, you don't want to get dick." And I looked at my girlfriend, my fiance at the time, and I was like, "What?" But trying to keep it cool. I'm on my job, I'm on the work. And I didn't coke dick even a minute time. I was coke dick. So sorry to be vulgar. Then they all head downstairs into like this living room. And so I'm upstairs with King Tech. King Tech is Sway's partner. It's Sway and Tech of the morning show. They've been around since the 90s. They interviewed Tupac and Biggie. King Tech and Sway have their own show on Shade 45. And Tech we were upstairs working on music, and he was like, "Hey, don't go downstairs. Don't go downstairs." And then in between the music, like when when you're recording music and it would stop, I heard all these noises, like it sounded like a porn. Right. And I was, thinking, what is this? And I noticed that Tech, would try to get the music back on real quick. And I'm like, are they shooting porn down there? Is what I was thinking. I know that the two women that were part of the show had left. It was just the guys. So I told him I was walking out of the studio room, and he was like, "What? No, where are you going? Don't go downstairs. Don't go downstairs." I was like, "I'm going to the bathroom." And I did. I went to the bathroom, and I noticed he had.
So he knew exactly what they was doing. Tell him, wait. So he's standing guard, just like Trey Songz was standing guard when Justin Bieber allegedly was giving head to Odell Beckham in the club on New Year's Eve night. For him to have panicked that quick and say, "Where are you going? Where are you going? Don't go downstairs." Yeah, sir, you knew exactly the type of shit they were doing.
I turned the music off and thinking that he's listening to me. And I'm in the bathroom and I could just hear it, and it was just so loud and it was just men, and I'm just like shocked. So I try to peek my head around and I could just see like the shadows and I could see like a part of like RZA, and he was, naked, and you could just hear them, all the men with all the sex noises going at it, like aggressive. And obviously with like RZA.
And notice what he said, all the men going at it aggressive. Remember what I said, sodomy is that aggressive taking. That's how you take someone's soul, is through aggressive anal penetration. It's not where it's a consensual decision amongst two adults for the purpose of, love and pleasure. It's aggressive penetration to appease those gods. That's why they were in the basement doing that. They were literally worshiping through sex. That's what satanic ritual abuse is and does. That's why I keep telling people that sex is most definitely a soul tie. And I showed you guys those scriptures on my previous live about how it said not to do those evil things, that not to come in agreement with demons, through sexual activity. And even I showed you guys the evidence that I researched about that. That like the Thelema religion that Jay-Z is into and that Aleister Crowley started. It's all about sex magic, being able to invoke a demonic presence through the type of sexual activity that you're engaging in. And when I was previously exploring the BDSM lifestyle, it was definitely some people that were into that. And they would never, ever want me to tell who they are, and I won't. But there are men that are into that specifically for the purpose. Like Thelema, when they perform these sexual acts, they're literally surrendering that person's sexual essence to those demons. That's exactly what it is. And it's not a coincidence that Aleister Crowley, the founder of the Church of Satan, is also the founder of Thelema. So I'm just saying, you guys, hold on. I'm actually going to show you real quick. I started eating this fruit and nut, ironically, fruit and nut. But no, this fruit and nut trail mix. But I need to show you guys this because I know that there are people on this live that haven't seen the previous ones where I talked about Thelema. But that is at the core. I keep telling you all this shit at the core of like satanic ritualistic shit. Okay, let me just show you real quick. Let me type it in the chat too. Oh, I didn't even see your comments. Hold on. Andrew said, the devil likes to let you believe you can do anything you want. Again, do as thou wilt. Absolutely. See, I saw the first one he did without jagging it. And he said the names. He said a guy gave it to him, even though on the Sean Atwood interviews, he said that Kim gave it to him. First, he said Kim gave it to him, and then he said that it was Kim's father that sent it to him from prison, that her father sent it to him from prison, and then one of the youths that he used to take back and forth to his appointments just directly gave it to him. He said, see, if Jack shows him how to protect himself, then they will know how Jack protects herself. Exactly. That's why I was like, yeah, I wouldn't trust that motherfucker if I was Jag. Hold on, let me drink this water. He was definitely performing. And even though I initially was like, man, I like this dynamic between them, And the more I kept listening, I was like, yeah, he's being very facetious and disingenuous. So Thelema is a Western esoteric and occult social or spiritual philosophy, and a new religious movement founded in the early 1900s by Aleister Crowley. They refer to him here as an English writer, mystic, occultist, and ceremonial magician. Pay attention to that, ceremonial magician. Central to Thelema is the concept of discovering and following one's true will. Again, do as thou wilt. A unique purpose that transcends ordinary desires. Crowley's system begins with the Book of the Law, a text he maintained was dictated to him by a non-corporeal entity named Oias. This work outlines key principles, including the axiom, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, emphasizing personal freedom and the pursuit of one's true path guided by love. The Thelemic cosmology features deities inspired by ancient Egyptian religion. The highest deity is Nuit. The night sky symbolized as a naked woman covered in stars, representing the ultimate source of possibilities. Hadit, the infinitely small point, symbolizes manifestation and motion. Ra-Hor Khuit, a form of Horus, represents the sun and active energies of Thelemic magic. Crowley believed that discovering and following one's true will is the path to self-realization and personal fulfillment, often referred to as the great work. This is also what Freemasons believe and practice, and also teach during initiation and rites. Magic is a central part in Thelema, involving various physical, mental, and spiritual exercises aimed at uncovering one's true will and enacting change in alignment with it. Practices such as rituals, yoga, and meditation are used to explore consciousness and achieve self-mastery. The Gnostic Mass, a central ritual in Thelema, mirrors traditional religious services but conveys Thelemic principles. The Thelemites also observe specific holy days such as equinoxes and the feasts of the 3 days of the writing of the Book of the Law. Okay, hold up. I gotta go to this now. Let me pull it up, because I've already showed you guys this, but now all of it's coming together. That satanic ritual calendar is what I'm bringing up. Okay. So he talked about the feast of the 3 days, right? And for those who may not have been on my previous lives to see, this is a satanic ritual calendar I found, was it 3-4 years ago? And I didn't understand why God even allowed me to find this, but now it all is coming together. It makes sense. There is one on here that talks about the feast. Oh, okay. This is one of them, March 30th. Spring equinox. Oh, and again, first column is celebration. Second column is type of ritual. Third column is the usage of the ritual and the age of the people involved, and even animals, which is just disgusting. It says, Shrovetide 3 days before Ash Wednesday. Orgies. Exactly what Jonathan Hay is describing. Oral, anal, vaginal, any age, male or female, human or animal. Okay. Then we've got June 21st feast day. So I'm curious to know if it was June 21st when this massive aggressive male orgy was going on, because it would make perfect sense. I've got to find out. I cannot wait to actually interview Jonathan Hay, because I want to ask him, the date that you witnessed this, was it perhaps at the end of June? Because if so, then they were celebrating the feast day summer solstice through an orgy, oral, anal, vaginal, animal, or human sacrifice, any age, male or female. If it was the feast of St. John the Baptist, bonfires, jumping St. John's, wort wreaths, bravery hymn, do re mi. Do re fucking me? Are you? Oh my God, I didn't notice that till now. Because that was what they taught us in chorus as a warm-up. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. What? Bruh, what? They teach this shit to kids. Oh my God, this shit is going deeper and deeper. Now that's fucking creepy, bro. What's the origin of this? Yeah, I know it's from The Sound of Music. That actually was one of my favorite movies as a kid. What? Bruh, this shit is... See? And again, music industry. I keep telling y'all, the fallen angel Lucifer was the minister of music, which is why all these motherfuckers in the music industry are... Oh my God, it's all coming together. That's why they're all worshiping Lucifer through these fucking acts. Wow. Here's another one, August 1st. Feast of the Sun God. Ritual is blood. Usage is animal and or human sacrifice, any age, male or female. Then we got September 7th, marriage to the beast, sexual, sacrifice, dismemberment, infant to 21. Then we've got feast day, orgies, oral, anal, vaginal, any age. So look, y'all, look, bruh, this shit is so much deeper than what people think. It's so much deeper than what people think. It really is. Andrew said, see if Jack shows him how to... Oh, wait, I just realized we already saw that one. But when I tell y'all, bruh, this shit here, wow. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. They're performing these rituals to appease these gods. And it's ironic how under typing up Thelema, these are the images that are coming up. And I never even noticed this one before. Good Lord. I mean, oh my God, it's all there. It's literally all there. And the water represents purification. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. Thelema and Jay-Z. Oh, wait. Okay, here we go. Thelema unveiled Aleister Crowley's spiritual legacy in pop culture. I want to scroll down to where he starts talking about the musicians. Here we go. Thelema has had a significant impact on various musicians and bands, particularly in the realm of rock and heavy metal. Artists like Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin and David Bowie openly expressed their fascination with Crowley's teachings. Even Jay-Z has thrown nods to Crowley in his lyrics. It's like Thelema has become this secret ingredient that adds a dash of mystery to the music scene. But it's not just in the realm of music. Movies and TV shows have also caught the Thelema bug. Ever watched Strange Angel or Lord of Chaos? I haven't. These productions delve into the world of Crowley. Well, now that I know that, I'm going to look this up. Y'all know I'm a researcher. Anything I see, I want to find the proof. Give me the deets. Because I want to know. Because the only way to overcome is to know what the fuck it is. These productions delve into the world of Crowley and Thelema, exploring the allure of the occult and the impact it had on the people who embraced it. And let's not forget about the world of fashion. Designers like Alexander McQueen and Vivian, I guess, Westwood have drawn Inspiration from Crowley's esoteric symbols and mythical aesthetics. It's like Thelema has woven its way into the very fabric of our style. Wow. This shit is crazy, bruh. Like, the more I research, the more just, it's just like blatant in your face. This is what I was looking for. More proof of it being a sex cult. So taking at face value, it was an innocent remark when Peaches. Oh, this is about. Hold on. No, I want the actual. And you know what's so diabolical is that Jay-Z chose 444 to represent do without will, and 444 is literally the angelic number for your angels and ancestors and spirit guides. See, I told y'all everything with Lucifer inverts and perverts what is supposed to be positive and holy. All right, let's go with Thelema sex cult. There we go. Because this is the one I've seen before. The orgasmic ordeal. Good Lord, the pop-ups. The orgasmic ordeal, sexual magic in Thelema. If the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear to man as it is, infinite. For man has closed himself up till he sees all things through narrow chinks of his cavern. William Blake, The Marriage of Heaven and Hell. Interesting. Sexual magic is a sexual magic practice performed in several orders of Western esotericism, especially in the OTO and through Thelema. This practice involves several rituals, again, satanic sexual rituals, which I've been talking about for decades, methods of operation, a cosmology, and incorporates into it a wide range of religious and sacred concepts, including the manifestation of the will of the practitioner through ritualized orgasm. The OTO, or the Order of the Eastern Templars, is a fraternity dating back to the beginning of the 20th century, active in several countries of the world, which has seen an effervescence in America, more particularly in California. That also explains why California is going to be the first state to get destroyed when God wipes this entire planet. This fraternity incorporates the esoteric doctrine of Thelema, put forward by a very famous occultist, Aleister Crowley. The central point of the Thelema follows a very precise axiom: do without will shall be the whole of the law. Love is the law, love under will, which refers to a distinct spirituality of finding and following one's true will, and which inspires members to break the established status quo, especially of the 1900s, specifically in a sexual way. So, again, for those who may not know about Thelema, the more I review all these different interviews, because again, I'm so analytical with everything. And people have always said I overanalyze and overthink, but in this case, no, this is an awakening. It's an awakening to the truth in Ephesians 6:10 through 13. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, rulers of darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. This is a perfect example of that. Because they're using sex, which is a sacred exchange of energy, in a very perverted way to explore other areas of euphoria through the worship of satanic ritual abuse, i.e., what we're seeing here on the satanic ritual calendar. It's like everything I have been talking about since 2008 is all coming full circle and making complete sense now. This shit is crazy, bruh. But not surprising, but it's definitely crazy. because I'm just like, wow. It's so many epiphanies and revelations. And again, I told y'all we're living in revelation. So, but the do re mi fa, man, that shit just fucked me up, bruh. Because if that really is what that's saying this is, Sound of Music. Think about all of these movies that have appealed to children for years. Everybody knows the do re mi song. Just like the Bed Knobs and Broomsticks Walt Disney movie from the late 70s into the 80s. And I told y'all before how me and my sister, we're 11 months apart, we're actually both the same age right now until her birthday next month. My oldest sister was like, you guys would watch that movie all the time and then start walking around in circles chanting what they were saying. Think about the mental conditioning, the spiritual, the seducing spirits and doctrines of devils that the Bible talks about, preying on innocent children, programming us through MK Ultra, through these movies, through music, you guys. Music is spell work. It's a way to alter your vibrations and your frequency. If me and my sister were just watching a kid's movie innocently, and then the next thing you know, we're walking around in circles chanting, that means we were being influenced by Jesus, by demonic forces as children didn't even know it. And like I said, Sound of Music is absolutely one of my favorite movies to watch as a kid because of all the music and me, loving music ever since I was 4, the first time I heard my dad play Prince. Like, you think about the way that they use music to seduce and manipulate and control us, and you wonder why certain artists you can't stop listening to. But what Jonathan Hay is talking about explains it all. Thelema, sex magic, satanic rituals, sacrificing people to these other deities through sex. Shit is crazy.
And Khaled and Sway, and I still don't know who the other person was. You could identify all their voices, and it was loud and it was vulgar and it was absolutely crazy. So then I walked back in the room, and I told Tech's playing the music, and I went up to him. I was like, what are they doing downstairs? He's like, oh, nothing. Just, they're working on the stuff. Just whatever it was. He was just like, BSing me. But at that point, I'm listening for it, and I could keep hearing it. Like, they had their own, stuff happening, downstairs. About 30 minutes later, they came up, and it was the 4 of the guys. And that's when we all started, they all started drinking a little bit. And I was just completely shocked the whole time. And I was disgusted because I looked up to Sway Calloway as a journalist for so long, and he's married. And I looked up to Khaled, and he's married. It wasn't necessarily the homosexuality that bothered me as much as it was the adultery that was happening. Like, these are.
And hear what he just said. They're all married. They're all married, y'all. Those women are beards, which is why those women have gone through so much hell trying to be with these down low men. They're all married. So in the media, hey, this is my wife, smile for the camera, we're happy. But behind closed doors, those wives know. They know what's going on. And in my opinion, if you signed up for that, I don't really feel sorry for you. Seriously, I don't. Especially when they're using sex as a ritual to essentially control people and control people through their music. You got to think about it. 4 grown-ass men go in the basement and have a full-on, extremely loud, wild orgy. Then they come back up and act like everything's normal and nothing happened. And they start drinking. And then guess what they do after that? They start making music. So they make the sexual sacrifice. And in return, those demons assist them with wealth and power and getting their music out there to transfer that spirit of sex magic through the music to other people. That's why, and certain songs, certain notes, certain bass runs and bass lines are meant to trigger a vibration within you to activate essentially that same energy within you. That's why certain beats you hear make you want to shake your ass and dance, and or certain music makes you want to go have sex, because I guarantee you 1000% that artist performed some sort of sexual magic before they got into the studio.
There are men that I really looked up to, and the dishonesty and deceit from someone like RZA, who constantly preaches about, being good.
RZA got all the looks and workings of a download motherfucker. Oh, I hate to say it, but all of these niggas look gay. I ain't even gonna front. Especially this one. He a good power bottom. And this one too, with the DSL dick sucking lips. Yeah. And Jaguar said, y'all be lusting over these men that are gay, that don't even like you, but just they select a woman as a beard to project a false persona, so that no one will suspect that they're down low.
And being wholesome, and and here he is, cheating on his wife with a man. Same with DJ Khaled, and it just really affected me, But what could I do? So
why won't you say the words alleged, even for your protection, from a legal perspective or otherwise? Why?
Because it's not alleged when a person is present and has witnessed the events. I don't know why people keep asking him that. He's not saying alleged because he witnessed it. Just like the shit I've witnessed in these churches with these pastors doing this bullshit. I'm not going to say alleged when I know that was my real life experience. I don't understand why other people don't understand that.
Why not use the word alleged?
Because it's not alleged.
Right.
Because I witnessed, I saw it. It would be alleged if I believed, or that was my opinion, or that was my feeling. Then I would love to get a cease and desist, or I would love to get a lawsuit where I had to prove that this isn't slander, because they know, what I know.
And then he would have proof, and that proof would be put out there, and it would expose them. Again, like I said, there's a reason they're not coming for Jonathan Hay, Jaguar, and Gene, because they have proof. And their proof will confirm exactly the things that they have been talking about.
And that's the reason why nobody's ever contacted me. They just are hoping, that it's going to go away. And for whatever reason, it just keeps building. And I keep doing these interviews, and we've been going viral.
Jonathan, it keeps building because God is doing this. Again, this is how I know when a person is truly one of the chosen. It keeps building because God is behind exposing this, not just for the sake of the predators and the victims of sexual abuse, but God is literally pulling the cover off of all these idol worshipped elite artists. That's also how you know you've been manipulated and seduced by a seducing spirit and essentially put under a magic spell. The fact that people don't want to believe that some of their favorite artists and actors and rappers and singers do this diabolical shit behind closed doors. They don't want to believe that. So God is making it to where, like, yo, I'm using specific people to speak about this and point this out, because this is what I'm not about. I'm not about you guys worshiping these deities through these disgusting acts. Yeah. And like Jonathan said, it keeps building and building and building. Because from the very first moment I saw him on that interview with Jaguar, in my spirit, I was like, he's telling the truth. He's just afraid. Matter of fact, I even said it. I even pointed it out while I was doing the review. I was like, he's still afraid at that time because he was afraid they were going to come for him. But like you said, now he knows. Oh, they're not. Because if they do, all I got to do is put out more proof. And then how can you deny proof that has been displayed and shown? Andrew says, of course, put it in your mind as a kid. Exactly. That was the whole intention with Walt Disney. And Walt Disney was definitely accused of being not only a pagan worshiper, but a pedophile What man in his old final years, I think he was like in his 70s, I believe, possibly when he died. I have to look it up to confirm that. But he moved out of the house that he lived in with his wife and children and grandchildren and moved into his theme parks. And it said that he did that so that he could have better access to the alleged tunnels that were under his theme parks, Disney World and Disneyland, and that a lot of trafficking of minors went on and a lot of satanic ritual abuse went on. And satanic ritual abuse of minors produces adrenochrome, which is what the quote unquote elites call the fountain of youth, which is extracted from a child as they're being abused by an adult. And you think God's not going to keep uncovering this shit? Revelations talked about this, the whore in Babylon. And I keep hearing, London Bridge is falling down. Yeah, God is bringing them all down. Every last one of these motherfuckers, God's pulling the cover off. They won't be able to hide anymore. And they all will be held accountable, not only on earth, but after they've transitioned. Most definitely, they're going to be held accountable.
I read the comments from, the people sometimes, and I laugh, and they're like, why is he hiding? He's hiding. It's like, like now people say because I'm wearing glasses and I'm wearing, this big pink thing and I'm wearing this hoodie, he's hiding. No, I'm not hiding. But what I'm really hiding is like my hair, because it's like my roots are jacked up. I've used 3 different people throughout 7 years to do my hair. And like, I'm marrying like a Dominican woman that I've been with for 4 years. And Dominican, culture, it's all about hair and nails and, looking right. And it's like, I'm wearing the glasses because I'm hiding the bags under my eyes. I'm keeping it real, because Dominican culture is so particular. I don't want my girl to be like, oh my gosh, she looks so washed. Like, why haven't you done your hair? Blah, 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 blah. So that's why it's really about her. I'm trying not to embarrass her and her family because they are like fully groomed. So I'm out here just like being raw, uncut, unfiltered. I'll probably look back at this stuff and be like, dang, dude, I could at least fix my hair, right? But whatever.
Speaking of being raw and being yourself unapologetically, you talk about the comments. A lot of reoccurring thing that people were saying in the comment section was that part of the reason why they believe you're saying some of these things about these celebrities is because you're in denial. So for the people who feel that you are homosexual or you are bisexual, whether you agree with the lifestyle or not, what is your response to them? Is it not their business? Is it something you don't care to talk about? What is your response to that?
No. So like, I'm definitely not homosexual. I'm 100% heterosexual, right? Like, my girl is a girl with all her female parts, the person I'm going to marry. I've never been in any kind of sexual relationship with a man. And, that's
not going to lie. The first time I saw Jonathan on the interview, I was wondering if he was part of the LGBTQIA family myself. But there are heterosexual men that sometimes may have certain feminine traits, especially if they were raised by a woman and didn't have a strong male presence. And I do believe he said he was adopted. So if he says he's straight, I'm inclined to believe him. Because honestly, I really have known men in real life that were raised by women and didn't have a male father, and they had some feminine traits, but then when I really got to know them, they definitely weren't gay. They definitely were not, attracted to the same sex.
That's just what it is. And to be honest, in like 2001, I did this project, and I got close to a transgender woman for the project, and she was brilliant. She was like a PR wizard, and she had done TED Talks like 5 times. And she was one of the most brilliant people I've ever met in my whole entire life. And so I would post pictures of the project that we're doing, right? There wasn't anything like inappropriate with her. She wasn't, flirting with me. And at first I didn't even know that she was transgender, right? I had no clue. I thought she was a woman all the time. But when she told me, I was shocked, like, wow, but I kept working because I saw past it and I saw how brilliant she was. And we did this LGBT project. And so when I would post these pictures like on my Facebook, my family back home and at Southeast Christian Church, they got really offended by that, because in the South, it's not as open as it is like in New York which is crazy because it actually is open
here in Houston and for sure in Dallas. But it's actually kind of amazing to hear that it's not just the Black church that completely condemns the LGBTQIA community, but it's pretty much all quote unquote Christians, which ironically, again, Christianity is not real, has nothing to do with Christ. It's just a pagan, it's a pagan belief with the it's literally a pagan religion with the foundation of paganism that created it.
Or being, gay and straight, like I said in an interview before. But in New York, when you're out in the streets, it seems like there's more gay couples than there are straight couples. It's everywhere. And now, if that was happening in the South, people would be freaked out, right? But in New York, it's just a regular thing, And I notice people are saying, like, why is he laying down? Why is he covered up? It's like, I'm laying down because I have stage 4 osteoarthritis in my knees. And I've just I've just been doing stem cell therapy, right, to rebuild cartilage in my knees. So yeah, I'm doing these from bed. Like, I'm just keeping it 100% honest with you. So I see all these conspiracy theories in the comments, and I just laugh. I get a kick out of it, to be honest. And then I've heard some people say, "Oh, he's doing symbolism." What?
I hadn't seen that one yet, but a lot of people were saying, "How is it that
I've not seen any symbolism coming from John at all?
He would know that these people are indulging in these activities if he's not a part of it?" Right. And I think that's a fair question. I think
because see, this is again the young guy. Sir, you could answer your own question if you were actually paying attention to what he's saying. He was a part of the industry. He was doing music with these artists. Just because a person is around people who are engaging in this behavior doesn't automatically mean that they were engaging in it as well. Just like when I would go to the mansion parties here in Houston some 12 years ago, there was people in them parties doing lines, shooting up, you know what I'm saying? People doing all kind of pills. Just because I was there doesn't mean that's what I was doing. I was drinking, I was smoking weed. And even at the very first party I went to, I didn't even start messing with XOs until after I'd been going for like a month or so. And that was just the thing to do. But regardless, it's just kind of crazy how people like, and I understand he's young, but he is doing a lot of projection into his questions for Jonathan. And that's what I don't like. Because he's young, he doesn't really know how to objectively ask the questions in a way that doesn't come across as his opinion. And that's what I'm feeling, is that in a lot of these questions, I feel like this guy doesn't fully believe Jonathan. And that's kind of frustrating. Because why even have him on your channel if you don't fully believe his story and what he's telling you, especially after showing you receipts?
You could even say like that's for those who are on the outside looking in, that can be deemed as a fair assessment, right? Why would you, or how would you know some of these
Correct.
things? Like, you've never been a publicist for Jay-Z, right? But you've made some statements about Jay-Z as well. And a lot of people want to know, how do you know these things?
Well, I've been a publicist for Jay-Z's artist, who's a mill, who was involved with Jay-Z from his start.
Is that a trans? Emil is looking very masculine. Because if so, that confirms Jonathan's story about, yeah, that looks like a transgender. That would confirm his claims that Jay-Z would be on tour with a transgender woman that still had her male parts. And I have absolutely nothing against trans, but I can usually recognize them. There is nothing about this person that looks feminine. I wonder if this is the trans person that he said Jay-Z would have on tour with him a lot. Now, if this is a heterosexual assigned female at birth woman, then forgive me. But to me, everything looks like masculine. The jaw, the jawline, the bone structure, and the body. Oh, interesting. The symbolism. Why does it look like Jay-Z's getting bent over a chair? Are these niggas bent over on a chair? That's real gay, my nigga. Like Riley Freeman would say. And then the fact the name is A Meal. I believe, this is my opinion, I believe this is possibly the transgender person that could have been on tour with Jay-Z. Wow. Let me see. She signed to Jay's Rockefeller Records in 1997. Interesting. Now this says Emil means all money is legal. I don't know, man. The jury's out on that one, because the minute they did this close, I'm like, that looked like a dude, and even the fingers. To each his own, but Jay, just come out of the closet and live in your truth. Ray J too.
Album, she was on, Can I Get a, which is one of Jay-Z's biggest hits, and she was on, Jigga What, Jigga Who, she was on that. So I worked with her. I was dealing with Jay-Z constantly because I was a Mills publicist, right? And then when I was a Mills publicist, and then I would be hired, by Def Jam, to do PR. And so I always dealt with Jay-Z. Jay-Z's very hands-on with everything that he's doing. People know that, like in the industry, that he was at that time, bisexual, So, I mean, you would see him.
People in the industry know this. First, two-part question. How do you know? And I guess three-part, do you have proof? 3, when you say people in the industry, who are we talking about, generally speaking?
So, since I was working with the Mill and people in Def Jam to release her project, those type of people, like Tata and Jay-Z staff at the time, everybody would talk about, just shocked that Jay-Z was also bisexual. So it's kind of like being in that circle, people would always talk about it, like shocked, that he would do that. As far as Sway Calloway, RZA, Big Khaled, I just told you I witnessed it. I was there. I was with those guys and I heard it, and that's it. They weren't doing porn. They were going at it, man. I know that is true. I was there when it was happening.
They were doing a sexual ritual. That's exactly what they were doing. A sexual ritual. That's why old boy told him not to go downstairs, because he didn't want him to interrupt the ritual. Come on now.
Right? Like, it'd have been amazing, like, if I took a picture, or would it have been amazing? Would that have been like, that's crazy. So unfortunately, I don't have any pictures of gay acts, but that's why I'm out here saying the stuff that I'm saying, because I'm not worried about any kind of lawsuit, whatsoever, because Absolutely. They're going to have to prove that I'm not.
Yeah. No, I think you may have caught the tail end of what I was saying. As far as the Jay-Z, if I'm being a devil's advocate and we're just trying to be fair here. To be fair, you never actually seen anything with Jay-Z. These are just things that you heard in close proximity.
Correct. As close proximity as you can get with Jay.
Okay. Got it.
The other people that I've said is what I've witnessed myself.
Okay. So did I remember hearing correctly? Did you ever say Drake as well? Did I hear you say his name in the Truth Is interview or no?
Hopefully I didn't say that.
Wait, was that a picture of Drake with fake nails, my nigga? Hold up. Let me run that back.
Remember hearing correctly. Did you ever say Drake as well?
Drake, please live in your truth, sir. Now, I've heard of heterosexual men getting manicures so that their nails aren't raggedy and dirty. I have never seen a heterosexual male get acrylic nails installed and hold their hands like a whole entire bitch.
Remember hearing correctly. Did you ever say Drake as well?
And of course, he's not going to get a nail on the thumb because that's what most men stick up other men's asses to trigger their prostate and their male version of the clitoris. Drake, you just more and more are giving extra zest fully clean or zestfully unclean. This is extremely telling. This is extremely telling and exceptionally effeminate. Wow.
Bill, did I hear you say his name in the Truth Is interview or no?
Hopefully I didn't say that. If I did, well, I mean, yeah, because you saw the paperwork that I showed you. That'd be wild, you know?
Yeah.
But even then, I like, listen, I don't care. Like if, you know, if they want to come, you know, and sue me or whatever, nobody's done anything. Nobody's came and said anything because they know how I roll. Like if I get a cease and desist letter, I'm going to leak it to TMZ because that is going to get people to be like, okay, because they know that I learned the PR game from them. So it's like they're fighting one of their own soldiers, right? So if I get a cease and desist, like I said, I'm going to TMZ with it. And TMZ loves to post legal documents. And any kind of cease and desist from a DJ Khaled or a Jay-Z is going to be headline news. And in that cease and desist will be that I'm making claims that they have cheated on their wife and they're gay. And then we will have to prove in a court of law that they are not that. And I would love that because then there'd be witnesses called and we would be able to show, you know, proof and we'd be able to talk about it and we'd have to go on record. So there would be nothing more for me to get contacted from any of them for a cease and desist. And then we have to prove this in court.
What do you say to people that say this is less about doing it because the spirit is leading you to do it and it's more about clout and trying to have another Cat Williams moment earlier this year?
So, like I said, I was just thrown into this and it's just kind of grown on itself. And I'm just out here speaking about it. And there's nothing that I'm selling. There's no product that I'm pushing.
Exactly.
You know, I've made a career like as a publicist. I have a legacy.
I love how he said that because it just automatically took me back to the live I did about a week ago where we reviewed Nicki Minaj doing that, in my opinion, humiliation ritual with Jay-Z, or not with Jay-Z, with Ray J. And Ray J kept consistently bringing up his failed brands and talking about he should come out with a Ray J lube. And it's, how is it clout when he's exposing, one, what happened to him, and two, what he witnessed in an effort to get people to wake up? I'm just saying.
So as far as clout, I don't think I'm chasing clout. Like I'm chasing danger. Like, and danger is like danger for, you know, exposing these things and talking about this. And I'm not worried about, you know, the artists in general. I'm worried about the fan bases. I'm worried about, you know, some of these kids, you know, out here who might, you know, want to test me, who are a fan of so-and-so that will.
And that's the whole thing. What we're going to do, what I'll do is I'll save the story about Diddy. I want to come back later tonight and finish reviewing this interview because it is like 3:45 to 4 a.m. Number one, I need to go to bed. I'm actually quite tired. Lenia Cannon, thank you so much for tuning in. He said he ain't messing around. Exactly. Like Jonathan Hay is speaking on what he's actually witnessed in this industry, just like Jaguar Wright. And like I said, the young man, I commend him for attempting to be like a journalist, but he's very young. And I can tell that he looks like he's in his 20s. So someone as seasoned as me, who I'm an 80s baby, a lot older, have a lot more wisdom and insight, and then just the spiritual sight. Jonathan Hayes not lying about any of this shit, just like Jaguar Wright's not lying about any of this shit. You know, these people are sharing what they have experienced, what they know. And like I said, my experience, you know, exploring the swinging and BDSM lifestyle and all that, everything he's talking about that's happened in the industry, I've witnessed happen right here in Houston when I was a part of it back in 2013. So, you know, I just feel like the young guy is just a little bit not as experienced in the proper way to present the questions during the interview. And I feel it. He has a lot more skepticism as it pertains to Jonathan and the validity. But most people of his generation are like that, you know. Plus, he clearly doesn't have any sort of spirituality and discernment or knowledge of the industry from, he was probably born around the times that, you know, Jay-Z and all them were super popular, super poppin', super in the industry. So yeah. But we will, so y'all come back again later tonight, since like I said, it's already almost 4 a.m. here. We'll finish this interview because this is right now for the purpose of exposure. Just like Jonathan Hayes said, he's doing this so that the next generation can wake up. That's why I want to keep the focus on him and Jaguar and the people who are connected to these rappers that this next generation pretty much idol worship and act like they can do no wrong. No, you need to know the truth about these people and how they really are before you get so caught up in their music and damn near worshiping them like they're idols. Joyce says, enjoy your night, love. You're so welcome, my love. And thank you for tuning in. Like I said, I appreciate you consistently tuning in and giving your support and coming back to lives. Thank you to everybody who tuned in tonight. Like I said, I didn't even plan on going live, but I'm really glad that I did, because now it's giving me even more stuff to continue to research and be able to present to you guys while we are reviewing these interviews. But I appreciate every last one of my DzPeepz. Shout out to my new subscribers. Shout out to the people that will subscribe. And thank you. Thank you for your consistency. And thank you for your, you know, loyalty to my channel. For those who have not, again, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. I do appreciate you supporting my channel. For those who would like to support my channel with a blessing, you can drop a blessing to my Cash App scrolling across the bottom of the screen, and I will send you back that blessing 1,000-fold. So thank you guys so much. I hope someone was enlightened. I hope somebody's eyes, you know, have woken up and to see the truth of what really goes on behind closed doors, and to see the truth about these elite artists that people damn near worship. So everyone be blessed, have blessed dreams, and y'all coming back again. Coming back. You know I'm tired. Come back again tonight so we can finish reviewing this interview. Y'all be blessed.